It's 11:59 America, and this is Uncle Ponery with news, videos, and podcasts until dawn. Right now, I've got a few words for our brothers and sisters out there in the YouTube demonetized zone. The Colt Python is an overrated pistol. The Colt Python is an overrated pistol. Maxine Waters gave Donald Trump an A plus for the first 100 days in office. Maxine Waters gave Donald Trump an A plus for the first 100 days in office. It's 12 o'clock America, and we're another day closer to victory. For all of you out there at Gun Channels, this is your stream. Good morning, everybody. We are back on schedule. I don't know if my mic is that great, so I'm kind of manually holding it right now. Give me a second, and I will get this up on Gun Channels for you guys, and links will be following. Sit tight. I keep playing with the frame sizes, trying to get it to match whatever pink does. I'm getting closer every day, so if you're wondering why the boxes keep getting bigger and smaller on Gun Channels, it's just that. Thanks, Raphael. So here's the deal. Ponery wants to buy a Colt Python, 6-inch nickeled wood grips, the Rick Grimes edition, but he really doesn't have $3,000 to drop on one. We here at Colt Share are going to lose about 100 more jobs a day over at the Colt factory. So with the money that they save, they can just go ahead and donate one to him. T&E, hand it over, whatever. Because good like-minded Christians want to help me out, help me get a Colt Python. Anyway, refresh for Morning Wood because there's the link. I totally screwed that freaking Colt Share thing up. Usually when I do something like that, I type it first and then I read it so I make sure I don't screw it up. Ad lib. And for those of you that were here yesterday, no, we will not be talking about fracking, not unless DB shows up and starts going off about it. By the way, this is a friendly reminder for you on Gun Channels. If you experience browser crashes or memory leaks, where it says that your page crashed or whatever on Chrome, or if it just starts running really, really slow, I've discovered, or what I have discovered is in situations like that, what I usually do is go to the bottom right corner where it says chat rooms, open it, and close all tabs inside, and that usually solves the memory leak problem. Generally, you want to catch it before it climbs up over a gig of RAM. But if you can't, then refresh your page and then close those rooms. So that way you get a fresh one. Like close the tab, open a new one, go back to the lobby, then close the chat room tabs. That usually works. Seeing as I'm hosting on my work machine today, I have to make sure that that happens. Otherwise, we'd lose the stream. So anyway, links are out if you're awake, if you're here yet. I see Tony, but maybe he's off getting a K-cup or something. I don't know. By the way, just for you, Night Strike, this is still around. Anyway. All right, so let's see what happened. Oh, there you are.
Hey, Sean.
Morning. I woke up with a hellacious toothache. What's really funny is it's a tooth that I had a root canal and a crown put on, so there's not really a tooth there. It's pressure, I had to hit it with the water pick this morning. I guess something got stuck in there last night that the floss couldn't get out. So I hit it with the water pick, almost strong enough to cut plates of sheet steel. Hopefully the swelling will go down a little bit. Just shitty feeling.
Yep, toothaches suck.
It woke me up in the middle of the night, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just sleep through it and deal with it in the morning. So today was the day that Ann Coulter was supposed to speak, but she chickened out. Actually, she probably just feared for her life because, a bunch of people dressed up like ISIS were going to throw rocks and glass and, break the law in the name of the First Amendment, which is funny.
I thought Berkeley canceled it.
Yeah, they did twice. Which is really irritating because what they're saying is they're tolerant to exercise the First Amendment rights of a domestic terrorist group and to deny someone else and that audience their First Amendment rights.
Sure.
The hypocrisy is ridiculous.
And so friggin' blatant, it ain't funny, but people can't see it.
And yet no one in California seems to give a shit. I know the audience people, some of the student council, they're going to sue the campus for doing this. But how far are they gonna, how far are they gonna go? They'll run out of money long before Soros stops paying out, the defense bill.
Unless somebody steps up to back them.
Won't happen. Let me see what we have today. Let's see, today in history.
So Angry saying he figured out that you're actually Doug Mercadia from the show Forged in Fire.
Am I? I was pretty sure I was Booker from Expendables 2, but I'll take what I can get. Let's see.
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. Got my suitcase packed up of gun channels patches. And I can't wait to get on the road again.
So you spent that singing money on guns.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, I have something car related for you today in history. Today was the day that GM pulled the plug on Pontiac as a brand. Back in 2009.
Yeah. Well, GM was competing with themselves too much. They had 4 or 5 different brands that all made like basically the same car, basically the same truck, basically the same whatever, like SUV.
Yeah, but Pontiac turned into the Holden and Monaro import wing, which I was actually kind of excited about because I thought we would get the Maloo, and we never did. Let's see. Peggy March records a #1 hit, I Will Follow Him, from 1963. She was a high school freshman when she recorded that. Rocky Marciano retired as world heavyweight champion. If I'm not mistaken, that was the record that Floyd Mayweather's trying to beat. 49 straight victories, no defeats.
Well, too bad it's going to end the streak when Conor McGregor manhandles him.
I don't think that shouldn't even be a sanctioned fight because Conor McGregor is not even a licensed boxer. He's an MMA fighter. So this is more like a circus sideshow.
Yeah, but it's going to be a boxing match, though. Like, it should count.
It will.
Because that's the thing where everyone's like, oh yeah, Floyd's gonna, or McGregor's gonna kick his ass and blah blah. It's like, dude, it's gonna be straight boxing. Like McGregor has very good stand up for an MMA guy. Like, I mean, I'm sure he knows like how to box and stuff, but he's used to doing like, different crap because you could always take someone down in a split second, or you could leg kick, or you do whatever. So like, there's a different technique than just standing there boxing. Like,
that's why it's called the sweet science in boxing. It takes more thinking.
Sure.
I'd rather see Deontay Wilder get that record first. He's actually fighting people. Granted, 39 wins so far, and a lot of them were really challenging fights. But I mean, at least he's working.
So, you guys want to hear Red Foreman's idea on cats?
All right.
I don't know if it'll come up through my TV and my headset or whatever, but
As long as we don't get dinged for it.
you guys hear that okay?
Nah, it's pretty quiet, man.
Damn. All right, let me just crank it. I don't care.
I can't hear it at all.
I'll crank my TV and go sit next to it. All right, let me go back.
My own cat. I'm not working. I'm home all day.
Here's my problem with cats. Best case scenario, you get the smartest cat in the world, he still craps in your house.
That's pretty true. Wait, what?
Oh man.
Way to kill the
Ferdinand
chat
Magellan
spag.
was killed in the Philippines.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh man. Can't wait to go to NRA annual meeting.
Ooh,
Right
there's
now,
a
I'm
big
kind of
birthday
pissed off
today.
at the NRA. Fuck them.
Yeah. There's a big birthday going on today.
No, that was 2 days ago, Sean. You're mistaken.
No, today's Ulysses S. Grant's birthday.
Yeah, not as cool as 2 days ago.
Hell yeah. April babies unite. There we go.
Especially the later part of April babies, because then, like, we're still Tauruses, but we're born in
Nah, see,
April.
you can take your little ram and wander off because it was all about my Aries.
Oh, you're early April?
Yeah,
And why do we keep saying April? It's April. Come on.
this is true.
It really died down a little bit this year. What the shit? I barely saw any April posts. Hashtag April.
Well, hopefully we'll have
Still
a better
going on for another couple
May-Karab.
days, so.
Yes. With any luck, we'll have a more successful May-Karab this year.
Ugh.
So the ACLU is condemning Berkeley for not allowing Ann Coulter to come speak. What a surprise.
Well, what's weird though is like it's not that they didn't allow her to speak. She's choosing not to. Like they changed the day, and then she's like, "No, I'm not doing it." Like on that day, and then they're like, "Well, then I guess you're not doing it."
Oh yeah, but Berkeley canceled her twice. She said she was going to go whether or not they canceled her or not, and now the second time they canceled it again. And they were just like, "Look, we can't put up the security or whatever." And it's like, well, then you shouldn't let the fucking protesters be that close to her in the first place. Your mayor is in the pocket of Antifa. Your police department is utterly useless.
Well, I have to say something. I heard about the story on Young Turks, and surprisingly, what's her face was talking about it, and she's like, "It's fucking ridiculous that people are being violent just because they disagree with people." I was like, "Wait, what? Holy crap!" Like she was actually yelling at the left people. I was like, "That's pretty good."
Yeah.
The answer
I'll give them credit when they're right. You know, broken clocks right twice a day or whatever. They're right twice a day. Well, probably not twice a day. They're right every once in a while.
twice millennium.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
But they've had a
now I
couple
know what
things
Angry
where I'm
says
like,
I'm this
yeah.
guy.
Why?
Because I look like him.
I assumed you did, not knowing what he looked like.
Yes. I do
Normally when
look a
someone
little bit
says,
like
"Hey, you're this person from TV or whatever," it's because they think you look like them.
people used to say, "You look like Lou Diamond Phillips." I'm like, I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment.
That depends on the point of his career he was at.
Exactly. I think they were talking about the time was I killed the mailman. He's decomposing in my locker. About that age.
I'll tell you the answer to the Berkeley situation is for all the pro-2A people to go and stand and offer her protection.
In California, come on, man. They can't even get together to overturn votes.
I know it. And they can't do it with a gun anyway, which
I don't know. Yahoo got trolled so hard last night. They had that post about Neanderthals once walked the earth in California, and I'm like, they're still there.
Ooh, sick burn. Get the burn.
I wasn't the only person who noticed that. Like, they were getting trolled to hell and back.
Call the
They took the
Wambulance.
story off in an hour.
Yeah, I didn't know Neanderthals had that big of a reach. I thought they pretty much died up once they met up with modern humans in Europe. I mean, they banged together a couple times, but
Yeah. That's the story they give us. But yeah, apparently they made it to California. They're still there.
that's the story they give us, right? Because they were aliens or something, right?
Yeah. Russian naval intelligence ship sinks off of Turkey's Black Sea coast. We didn't do it.
Yeah, Russia and Turkey, man, they're not liking each other too much. Remember the whole fucking fighter jet thing and all that? Like,
Oh yeah.
it's getting scary over there. And we're worried about North Korea. Like, fuck, man. They're not gonna fucking hurt us, so screw it. We don't need to get involved in other people's crap. That's my opinion.
Apparently they're calling anti-ship missiles now cattle barges.
Okay.
It was struck by a vessel carrying livestock. Like, really? Did it have stabilizer fins and a ballistic warhead on the end of it? All 78 people on the Russian ship were evacuated successfully.
And they all got to ride a cow home.
Yeah. Interesting. So a 12-year-old girl jumps out of an upstairs window and is spotted entering a black Honda Civic in my area. And now they're saying that the family suspects that she's being held against her will. She jumped out of the window of her second-story window and voluntarily got in the car. It's a missing persons thing in my area.
Oh, so she jumped out of her house.
Yeah, she
and then
snuck
got
out of
into
her
a
house,
car.
pretty much.
Yeah, she ran off with her boyfriend or whatever.
Who happens to be like 21. Oh, that's funny. Woman is not pleased with her store's response after finding bird parts in a bag of organic spinach. I bet they told her, well, the bird's organic. Ooh, let me read this story before I talk about it. This is a good one. They don't say how long. So anyway, the Texas State House approved a ban on sanctuary cities, and they're giving the police the power to enforce federal immigration law, and they're threatening jail sentences to anyone who refuses to uphold the law. Nice. So if you're a council member or a cop or anything like that trying to protect people in sanctuary cities, you can be prosecuted and put in jail. Rightfully so.
Good one, Angry. The cattle ship said, move out the way, bitch.
Get out the way.
I added that last bit. Oh, and going back to the cat thing, Raphael says, but 95% of the time it's in the sandbox. Yeah, I'm worried about the other 5%. That's kind of annoying. It's like a dog won't go there at all. No, but a dog just like goes outside. You're not gonna do anything. Especially if you have like a big yard. Like go in the back part, and I just won't walk back there ever. Problem solved.
So we have these 2 feral cats in front of my house. They've been there now for about a year and a half. I guess my neighbor's feeding them, but they sleep in front of my house and under my cars. And they've had like 2 litters of kittens. And the first litter, they all wandered off. A couple of them got hit by cars or whatever. I felt bad, but I mean, you know, natural selection and all, I guess. The second time, I didn't know what happened to the kittens. There was only like 3. But yesterday, I parked my car out in the street because my driveway's kind of full. And it's by my mailbox. And I was walking out to my car yesterday, I kind of smelled decomp. Decomp, by the way, is the universal language of the world. Like, it's a universal odor. So, as I was getting to my car, I saw this little tuft of fur right by the curb, right in front of the door of my car. And what happened was, one of the feral cats brought it there, my car, as an offering, or to illustrate, you know, this happened or whatever. Because for the last year and a half, every time they caught a mouse or something, they would bring the head and put it right by the door of my car. They brought
Yeah, see, so they're paying rent.
Yeah, they brought their mummified dead kitten and put it right in front of my car. It was weird. Like, it's been dead for months because it was only skin and a skull, but it still had a smell. And I was like, holy shit. Like, you don't have to offer me one of your kids.
Hell, they probably ate it.
No, my neighbor's feeding them. I know that for a fact.
It don't matter.
Kind of creepy. I'm allergic to cats. I'm not cruel to them. I'm just not friendly to them either, just because I know that I'll have a reaction. So I'm just like, you're there and I'm here, you know, go about your business or whatever. But even I felt kind of bad. I was like, oh, that sucks, you know.
I'm not cruel to them either, but I will kill every feral I see.
Well, I mean, I call them ferals, but they're domestic cats that don't have a home. They've just been hanging out, you know. It's like they don't do anything. I don't know. They're not vandals, I guess is a good way to put it. Like, they don't chew up my garden. They do kill the mice. I've seen them catch a bird right out of a tree once. That was kind of cool. Like, it leapt from one branch, caught the bird in midair, and landed on another branch. Ninja cats and shit. Cat religion, yes. My small army of kimchi cats. If you guys didn't see that yesterday, check out Matt's video during the intros, and I put up the kimchi cat picture. Yes, and you're right, Angry. Every chance they get, they breed, because sometimes you hear that. You're just like, oh God, really? Right by my window?
Yep, they're rubbing it in that they're getting what you ain't.
Right.
That's cat for haha, motherfucker.
Yeah. I'm shitting in your yard, and I'm getting laid. God damn it. It is what it is. So if you guys are wondering why there's a Good Morning Gun Channels 9 and then it went to Good Morning Gun Channels 11, there was a 10 yesterday if you guys weren't around, and 10 may have very well been the greatest lobby chat in history. But at the request of a couple of people, I made it private because it was a little dicey, so
Oh, snap.
just a little.
That was funny. That
Yes,
just
and we-
shows you, don't rely always on, I'll catch it later. Sometimes you got to just be there live.
It had to be one of those you had to be there situations.
You know,
It was funky, stormy ass weather here, so I couldn't fucking hold the internet for shit.
I was half tempted to actually go and add a new definition to fracking on Urban Dictionary. I was like, ooh, I learned a thing today. I should go add this to Urban Dictionary. And the more I thought about it, I was like, I should privatize this video. Actually, next Wednesday, yes, last night was the first time I did an evening chat in like 2 months. And I think I've discussed the reasons before. It's just I didn't want to get into arguments and get my blood pressure up or whatever, because I do actually have a heart condition. So, but I went anyway. You know, I was like bored, and I just the topic was cool. Top 5 overrated guns, and next week's is going to be really cool too. It's top 5 sexiest guns. So I'm definitely going to be there for that one.
Colt Python #1.
I think I will put that on my list. I do like it. Functionality wise, though, I still stand behind that you can do the same job, if not better, with a 686. But
It ain't about what works; it's about what's sexy. And
yeah,
Python's
it definitely
got
looks
that
good.
hands down.
Absolutely. I don't know if it'd be my #1 though. I have a different #1, and I know it's going to sound funny, so I'm gonna put it on the internal. But if you see it, you'll understand why I think it's like sexy, because it actually is very cool looking. And you might have heard me say it before too. That one. Like if you look at one, look at a nickel plated one, and it's amazing looking. Like if they made that in 9, I would buy it in a heartbeat. It's like someone would remake it. Or even in 380. If they made it in 380, I'd buy it. Yeah, Matt, we pretty much agreed almost every SIG would make that list. Like I like the 229 Elite with the rosewood grips. Those are pretty sexy, but it is really chunky and blocky looking too. So it won't be on my list, but it'll definitely be on somebody's list. Hadn't heard from Jimmy today, but I suspect he's sleeping or at work. Today's his normal not here day.
Hi, all.
I like sleeping at work.
What's that day? Is that Elvis?
Elvis.
Yeah. Shoulder cat.
He's purring. I don't know if the microphone can pick that up.
I've seen the gland that cats purr through. It's the weirdest looking thing, man. It looks like a 1-inch thick water snake.
Wow.
It's a tiny little water snake. I just can't believe a doctor cut one out, I guess post-mortem or something, just to show it to people. Like, this is what a cat purrs through. Yeah, because I mean, you can debark a dog, but I don't think you can depur a cat without killing it.
Yeah.
It's too far down.
And why would you debark a dog? That's freaking. I think that's
horrible,
cruelty.
isn't it? Yeah. For the longest time, I thought my Schnauzer was debarked because he had this really strange bark. Like it sounded like he was a heavy smoker or something. But what it was is that was just his bark. And I noticed when he lost his hearing, he stopped barking. So he was never debarked, which is cool because I was really pissed off that someone would have done that to him. But some people do that. They'll clip the vocal cords on their dogs if they bark too much, and it makes them bark funnier and quieter, or sometimes not even at all. It's like those people shouldn't even be owning dogs.
Well, there's some
the
yapping fucking mutts out there, I'll tell you.
Yeah, but I mean, you know the score. You buy a dog, it can bark, it will bark, and if you don't train it properly or bring it up properly, then it'll get out of control. So do your part, and they'll do theirs.
But honestly, the dog barking is the main reason to have one, so he can alert you of shit going down.
Yeah, they're like they're either your alarm clock or your burglar alarm or whatever. Like I've had Schnauzers
alarm.
almost my whole life, so they're not attack dogs, that's for sure, but they make noise. Did you guys watch that? What's it called? The Hickok Mossberg Shockwave video.
Nope.
I watched it last night. He has 3. One was a T&E, and then he bought 2. One for him and one for his son. And after watching it, like how it functions and how it behaves with recoil and everything, I want one even more now. Like it's completely manageable. Looks pretty cool too. They were saying that you can't change things on the gun because it's just at the limit of legality. But I'm pretty sure you can like change the front sight or put a different sight on it maybe. You just can't mechanically change it. Like grip or, you know, I guess that's really all that you can change on one of those. But
Hacksaw barrel off.
well, it's already 14 inches. I mean, that thing was
know it.
tiny.
I'm
I'm
just
kind of
saying.
stoked though. I think it's a great idea.
Another thing you can change. I see Remington's coming out with something similar.
Yeah, they're coming out with a response gun basically.
Yep, but too little, too late, probably.
Bracken. Hello, Gun Channels.
Nobody's home, evidently. Hang on, I just opened up the news to see if there's anything that I find interesting.
I had to do shop talk, someone called. So anyway, yeah, like I would love to have a Shockwave. They're not that expensive, you know, considering what you're getting out of it. And I think, you know, that as a car gun or a truck gun or something like that with triple-aught buck, that's all you need. That is all you need. Just the sight of that thing is going to deter somebody, but if you have to use it, that's going to be devastating. And I measured my door panel on my Fiat, the cubby on the side of the door. It's like 26 inches, so that thing will fit in there so easily.
Wow.
It's gonna be my Fiat gun. Not a Piat, a Fiat.
For the next road rage incident, huh?
You know, that's funny that you would mention that because everybody I know in real life calls me Captain Road Rage. But the thing is like, I'm only angry at the moment, and I let it go almost immediately. So I don't act on my road rage. I just say my piece in the car with the windows up, and I just go about my business. But my dad always tells me, he's like, you know, you're going to blow a head gasket one of these days. Now I've got a heart condition. He's like, you're not going to make it to 40. And I'm like, now I've got a heart condition.
Well, hell, I made it to even 50, so you can get there.
Yeah, I wonder if you could put one of those receiver mounted shell holders on the left side of that gun. I'm pretty sure that's okay. That'd be cool. Wonder if it's got a partition for like a short Picatinny rail or something. That way, like you can put this big goofy like 10 MOA ring sight on it or something. That way you're guaranteed not to miss.
A short-barreled
Hashtag.
shotgun with no choke. You really shouldn't have much issue of missing.
That's true. I mean, like even the spread in the Hickok video is manageable. And I'm sure if you get those rounds with the flight control wads, it'll be even better. So I'm not big into shotguns. Like my family, my household has a Benelli M3, and that's like the only shotgun I've ever known and ever had. But now all of a sudden it's like I want one of those. I want a Mossberg Mariner Cruiser. I want a Spaz 12. I've always wanted a Spaz 12. And I'd still want an M4 Tactical. But I don't even hunt with a shotgun, you know? But I still want one out of curiosity, especially that Shockwave.
I ain't overly interested in shotguns. I got a
They're
couple.
just not my thing. You know what I think it makes it so appealing? Is the Shockwave is essentially a modern day coach gun. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it feels like to me. And it would just be funny if, you know, I've got a very, very pro 2A friend. And when we go drinking or when we go out or anything, you know, he always screams shotgun because he always wants to ride in my passenger seat, right? Sometimes I'll go with like 2 or 3 people. The next time he does that, I'm just going to hand him the shockwave. Just to see his reaction on his face. Like, here you go.
Well, be sure there ain't one chambered so he doesn't accidentally shoot you.
I'll hand him an empty one.
Sometimes people are idiots.
Sometimes. All right, so my local's a little bit on crack. He wants $439 for it. And then he's got a second listing for $409. This gun's supposed to be $349. I know he needs to make his money, but this is a little unreasonable to me. I support my local, don't get me wrong, it's just, that's a bit steep. I'll still buy it from him anyway. Fuck it. I support my local mainly because I'm trying to get in his good graces. Well, actually, I'm trying to get into his mother's good graces because she still owns the shop. And she's always there, and she has like this little Pekingese that's in the shop. And like I always talk to her when I'm getting my paperwork done. But I want to get in their good graces because I'm actually considering working there on maybe Saturdays. They're not open on Sunday, but just as a part-time gig, just to kind of have my foot in the door, especially if they're going to start doing T&Es for me. Then it'll be like, well, I'm an employee, so it's not a big deal. It's easier that way. I could probably record most of the T&E video at the shop if, you know, they allow it. So I don't have to take it home and then just do like a range video with it, me shooting it or whatever. I'll keep looking though. No, Pink, it's in there. I looked at it. It's still on my list and it's still private, so it didn't delete it or anything. But God, that shit was funny. See, the thing angry about the AA12 is they're never gonna make an AA12S for us, and that's tragic because if they did, I'd have one. And knowing someone like Night Strike, he'd be like, I wonder if I could put a bump fire stock on it. Or if they can make that, there's like that dual fire trigger thing for ARs. If they can make that for a semi-automatic AA12, oh shit. What was that thing called? The binary, I think it was called. The binary firing, or yeah, Franklin Armory binary firing system.
Yeah, it shoots on the take up.
Yeah. It's like if they made a semi-auto AA12 and you could get a trigger like that for that, I'd be happy. I don't have to have a full auto one then. That's good enough for me. You're back.
Damn, there just ain't no freaking news worth talking about today.
Well, you already talked about the spy shit that got clobbered by a cattle
But that
ship.
really didn't interest me for of anything.
Spy ship.
We talked about Ann Coulter not speaking at Berkeley, another one that really. I shouldn't say it really doesn't interest me because it does, but it's just fucking stupid hypocrisy of the left. I really beginning to think that they're actually trying to push towards armed confrontation.
Yep.
That way
I heard they're looking for a trainer.
they can point to it and say, look, see, we told you.
I think they should just hire Nut and Fancy to train them, and he'll undermine them by giving them a 2-hour lecture on SAWCs and ergos. And then they'll just, fall into comas or just give up the fight right then and there. They'd be like, oh God, if they're all like this, we don't stand a chance.
You can hire a member of ISIS trained in suicide bombing. Attention, I'm going to only do this once.
Right. I need you to pay attention. This
I
is
don't
only
think-
going to work one time.
I don't think they so much care about learning to fire back. I think they would be more than willing to have a couple hundred martyrs.
Weren't they going to a lot of these places with airsoft guns, making people think they were real guns?
I don't know. But that's what I think. I think there's people willing to sacrifice themselves.
No, a liberal has no conviction. No. When things get serious, they disappear. It's like fucking flipping on the room in a light, or it's like flipping on the light switch in a room full of cockroaches. They scatter.
Right, but they're willing to sacrifice themselves until the bullets start flying.
Right. So they're not sacrificing anything. They're just selling the illusion that they're unified. They're an anti-establishment group that's established.
To those of you on the left out there that would like to silence me because I'm rather outspoken on my 2A views and your stupidity, just be forewarned that currently sitting here in the privacy of my own little bunker, I'm armed with 2 9mm handguns and about 80 rounds of ammo on my person. So bring it.
They don't have time. They can't travel all the way across the country just to see you. They don't. I told you, no conviction.
This is not a liberal mecca here.
Right.
They're nihilists. They believe in nothing.
That's true.
I don't quite understand how they
That
get
includes
by
showering.
I don't understand how they get by with the damage they cause and nobody calls them on it publicly.
Oh, no. I got one better for you than that. There was an Earth Day event in a public park, and when they left, it looked like a landfill. These are Earth Day people. These are Al Gore people.
That's what that pipeline protest site looked like. Fucking garbage dump. They did
What's really
actually show
amazing-
that shit on the news.
Yeah, and what's really amazing is they don't even realize their own hypocrisy. They ignore it. Like, they could shit in their pants and not even identify the smell or where it came from. That's how out of touch they are.
The problem we have is that there's people out there that edit things to their credit, and people who watch that shit believe it.
They're just steering a narrative, Do as I do, not as I, or do as I say, not as I do.
I don't know. I'm getting closer to thinking that armed response is
What's going to
way
happen
way
is,
too fucking likely.
yeah, and what's going to happen is the people who have to respond to these protesters with an armed response, their defense is going to be, you police officers did not do your job. So we had to do it. We had to take it upon ourselves to protect ourselves, because every time things get a little violent, all of a sudden you guys disappear.
Right. They got to make sure that they don't make their stand in a fucking no gun zone, though, because you can't be there illegally armed.
Well, the protesters who are the Antifa people would be in violation for being there in the first place. So it would just be sit back and get your popcorn and watch the arrests happen, if the police had any conviction to actually do anything about it. But they don't. Not in California.
Obviously, they don't. Or they'd be arresting people.
Yeah.
I actually, if some of that shit played around here in the local communities here, it would play out a little different than what you see on the news, I'm sure, because the people of this area are not overly tolerant of stupid shit.
A lot of older folks out there.
Probably
That's not me
not.
being ageist. It's just, you know.
Probably not any more than anywhere else, but we are more conservative on a whole than the average areas are.
Oh, by the way, I haven't looked into this yet. Maybe you can verify or shut it down or whatever. But I heard that Smith & Wesson is moving to your state, your original state, the one you plan on going back to eventually.
I haven't heard it. I would love to see it.
Yeah, it came up last night, and I was like, oh, really?
That would be freaking great for Missouri. Technically, this is my original state. I moved from here to there, then back here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I liked there better.
You're back.
Customers.
I really don't care for talking about that sort of standoff, but because it kind of sounds like I'm advocating it, and I hate the thought of it coming. But man, as much as the left's pushing to shut down the right, man, I don't know how it ends. It does not look good down the road for any path I try to think of. To all you little snowflakes on the left, here's a dose of reality for you. People, in fact, do lose and win in life. Not everybody's a winner. Most of you fuckers are losers. Get over it.
All right. No, it was Amazon's people, not a buyer this time. It's like you think they would get it by now, but they don't, because it's always somebody different, and they're always saying the same thing, and they're always reading from the same playbook, and I'm just like, how many more of you people do I have to tell that this is not the number you call? Oh well. It's true though. Smith & Wesson announced back on March 2nd that they're building a new facility over there, 500,000 square feet.
We're at.
Trying to find out what city it's going to be in. Boone? Does that sound like a place?
Very well.
Hang on. See if I can get a more specific detail here. Oh, it says Boone County.
Boone County. Well, I think that's southeast. Let me get my Missouri Gazetteer out.
Yeah, it says Boone County only. It's going to be a American Outdoor Brands Corporation facility, which I guess is Smith & Wesson's parent company. Either way, I mean, it's good news because it's, you know, more jobs and probably a friendlier state for just about everything they do. So shit, I didn't do that. Oops.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we were talking about, somebody asked a question last night on the panel of what would be our next gun purchase. And like every fiber in my being said it was going to be a 444 Marlin XLR. But realistically speaking, especially after they doubled my insurance premium, I have a appointment with our insurance agent on the 1st. Basically, it's going to be a very polite ass chewing for him. But I think I'm going to get one of those M57 Tokarevs, like Dano got, because it's part of my Russian service pistol collection anyway. I've been wanting it for a while. And they're still affordable. Last night's daily, was it the Daily Gun Show car list thing? That was just chaos. Hang on a sec, my Skype's not working. I have to walk to another building real quick.
Top 5 cars and gun movies. Hi all. It's lunch channels. Trying to eat with a cat. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Sorry, I'm looking for Boone County. Boone, like Daniel.
Well, can't find them. They're not here. Skype is being shitty. Let's see if it works this time for the third time.
Christ, I would think it would be close to Kentucky.
Yeah, they're going to be like, hey, Hickok's over this way. Northwest Arkansas? What? There's probably a Boone County there too. Ah, it works this time. Okay.
It's hard as hell to look up anything on the fucking internet.
Moon County, down on the farm. It's hard to look up stuff on the internet. Just ask Sean.
What?
I don't know, whatever you're looking for. You're the internet expert.
That was me that said that.
Well, let's find out.
Come on, for Christ's sakes, just pop up a fucking picture to show me where the son of a bitch is at.
Boone County, Missouri, Columbia.
Yeah, I think that's southeast, but I don't know.
It is on the east side. Or actually, it's almost smack dab in the middle of the state. I'll show you.
Why the fuck are you showing me a goddamn map of Chicago?
Right there. See? Right there.
I know I
in the middle.
can't see.
Well, I just highlighted myself so you can see it on the screen.
No, I can.
Can't see screen shares?
Nope.
Oh, well, it's right in the middle of the state.
It's like right between St. Louis and Kansas City.
Yeah, like dead center between them. Mm.
Probably somewhere Daniel Boone never set foot in.
Crossed by and took a dump there once on his way west. They call him bolus? A bolus? What is it called? No, that's not it. Daniel Boone's coprolite. That's what it is. We found a fossilized Daniel Boone turd. We're going to name the county after him right here. It'll be great. Yeah,
So,
so apparently
have-
we had a cold front go through last night. It's only 70 outside without a cloud in the sky, you know, outdoor shooting range weather. And I'm at work.
Well, yeah. Except for you didn't call in sick to work.
Right.
Well, that's like how this weekend was up north. Like the highs were like mid 60s, and it was like partly cloudy, so it was pretty sunny. But every once in a while, the cloud would like block the sun out a little bit, so it wasn't blinding.
Yeah.
And the only negative was it went down to like low 30s at night. So sitting around the bonfire, like I'm like 2 inches away from the flame, and then I was the only one walking over to the freaking wood pile. So like by the time I got there, my fingers would be freezing. I'd go back and put wood on the fire, and like I said, it was warm right next to the fire, but it's like cold everywhere else.
When I got up this morning, it was absolutely the perfect Illinois day, 44 degrees and fucking raining.
Yeah, it was raining here just a little bit ago.
And now it's all the way up to a balmy 46.
I don't know what it is here. It seems warmer than that here.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
I meant to check Atlanta, see what that was going to be, but I didn't.
Matt was saying it was 103 yesterday where he was.
Fuck that.
I had 93 yesterday. It's shitty.
The last couple of summers, we didn't get up into the 90s but one or two times. Never made 100
that'd be
last
awesome. That would be awesome.
year. Usually we'll see maybe a 3 to 5 day stretch of 100-degree weather, but we haven't for the past couple of years. Global warming is fucking killing us.
Oh, Pink Panther's traveling in style.
Angry says he's looking forward to triple-digit dry heat. Huh. When it's triple-digit, it's fucking hot. I don't care if it's wet or dry.
I think it's really funny that Angry's looking forward to that. Or not Angry, Heavy. He's looking forward to that. He's like, if you don't like the heat in South Texas, you can always come to Arizona. It's a dry heat. And I'm like, does he realize dry heat just means you sunburn 10 times faster? It's still hot.
When they say it's 115 degrees outside, that means it's fucking hot.
Yeah.
Huh.
No matter how much
signed on to the
humidity
Hearing
is there.
Protection Act.
Do what?
Ted Cruz signed on to the Hearing Protection Act.
Yeah. Yeah, he had to study it. I like Cruz. I like him to be the next Supreme Court justice that gets replaced. Whoever drops off. Hopefully Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Somebody should walk around with that lady going, boo! That lady's not going to retire.
No, she'll stick around as long as possible just to drive people crazy.
Yeah, everybody got it wrong because they thought she said she's going to retire when Trump won, but she said she was going to retire when Hillary won. Ah, bitch, you got fucked over, didn't you?
Well, that's the thing. That's why Scalia was such like a shakeup, is because normally they hang out until like their side is president and then they retire. Like they try and time it. So obviously if medical stuff comes up unexpected, that you can't do that.
We didn't plan for Obama administration to kill him.
Sure. Like I said, unexpected medical stuff. But yeah, that's the thing. So anyone who's like, oh, look at these liberal judges, like they might retire soon. If they can hang on for 4, maybe 8 years, they're going to try.
It's likely to be 4.
That's my prediction. I called it like the night of the election. Anyone can go back and listen to it. I said, I don't think he's going to do all the stuff he promised, and his base is going to be like, hey, what the hell? I thought you were going to kick all the illegals out and build a wall and, like, raise tariffs like a motherfucker and bring jobs back and, bomb the shit out of everything. And when he doesn't do that, they're going to get pissed at him.
So far, the base is sticking with him just fine. I mean, they see he's trying.
Yeah, hey, that's my prediction. I could be wrong. That's just my prediction is he won't win again. He's a one-term president.
Oh, I believe that too, really.
It's only because I'm going to win in 2020. You already know this. I'm going to run on the campaign that America First isn't an idea, it's an entire party.
You have to be 36 to be president, right?
35, I think. Yeah.
Oh, you have to be 35.
Yeah.
I would run, but I got too damn many skeletons in the closet.
That's what I'm just thinking. In a couple of years, and then it would still be before 2020.
I'll have a campaign joke that I'm only running for the healthcare benefits.
That'll win you votes.
Oh yeah.
Like one
I'm
person.
only doing this for the healthcare.
Well,
All right, Sean. Well, me and you can fight each other out. Here's the thing. How about we take over both the parties, and then, like, in the end, we just, like, go, oh, yeah, we're just kidding. We're going to, like, team up.
There you go.
If you think about it, in a real America's America of, like, the 1950s, even the 60s, and maybe the 70s, there's no way on God's green earth either candidate we had. None.
I just realized the flaw in my plan, though. One of us would have to go take over the Democratic Party.
Hey, there's some hot snowflakes over there.
I don't know, Sean. Do you wanna do a corporate takeover of Republican or Democrat Party? I feel like you're a little more Republican than I am. Even though I don't think you are, like, I don't know, I'll let you speak for yourself. I don't think you're affiliated with any party specifically.
Be right back.
But I feel like my brand of libertarianism, I could convince more Democrats. I would just, for the primaries and stuff, I would just talk about, like, pot and pro-choice or whatever all the time. They'd be like, yeah, you're cool. And I'd be like, oh, yeah, just kidding. Those are, like, secondary issues to me. I really only care about guns and lowering taxes. I'm not spending money on stupid shit and leaving people the fuck alone. They're adults. If they want to do something stupid and kill themselves, they do something stupid and kill themselves. What the fuck do I care? Not my problem. Oh, man, I think Sean left our own planning meeting.
Yeah, your motto should be "Ain't nobody's business if you do."
Well, I do kind of like the libertarian motto, the unofficial motto of I want you and your gay lover to defend your pot fields with fully automatic rifles. That pretty much sums up the Libertarian Party. Which, if you think about it, in that statement, 2 out of the 3 are liberal ideas. Because I'm fine with gay marriage. I don't give a shit.
Didn't it used to be that the winner in a presidential election obviously would be president, and the loser was his vice president, like in the very, very beginning?
Oh, like the runner-up or something?
Yeah. Wasn't that like that in the very, very beginning? And in that way, it sort of did exactly like you described. Yeah, they were opponents, but then they have to work together at the end, so one became the vice of the other.
Well, if you really think about it, the vice president really doesn't do much. He's what, a tiebreaker or something, like in very rare circumstances?
He's the president of the Senate.
Yeah,
Yes,
but what
he's
does
a
the president
tie-breaking
of the
vote,
Senate
but
do?
he dictates the flow of what they do in the Senate. Like he's supposed to oversee. He's like the boss of the Senate.
Oh, so I guess he does something.
He does do something, and then he's also supposed to go to speaking engagements and things like that as the number one representative of democracy when the president's unavailable.
So I don't know if you heard me earlier, Sean, because you were muted, maybe you're busy, but one of us is going to have to take over the Democratic Party, and one of us is going to take Republican. Do you have a choice?
Yeah, I'll follow in Trump's footsteps, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I had mentioned. I think you're more of a Republican than I am. Not that I don't like you said, I'll let you speak for yourself. I don't think you necessarily affiliate with any party, but
No, I don't.
just from
But
talking to you
I
in
think
the
I can
past.
stomach it.
I think because here's the thing, I think you're libertarian-ish, and I would say you're a more Republican libertarian, and I'm probably more on the Democrat libertarian side.
Well, then it'll work out pretty good.
Yeah. And that's my plan is during the primaries, all I'm going to talk about is like gay marriage and like legalizing drugs, and like that's it. And they'll be like, "Yay, you're awesome!" And then once they pick me, I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I don't care about those things, so that's why I'm just like not against them. So do whatever the hell you want. I actually care about fucking guns. Woo!" And they'll be like, "Oh," I'll be like, "No choice." Haha.
Already won. Sorry.
You know.
Yeah, me and Pondry are brothers in arms at gunchannels.com. Surprise.
Yeah, dude, that'd be sweet. Like, I could name you as like my vice president, and you could name me as your vice president, and then basically the whole race would just be like,
They would have
pick
to
who
choose
gets
one
to
of
be
us.
the number one boss and who doesn't. And so it would still be a competitive race because, like, I don't want to be vice president. I want to be president. And so then we could have like all these like, whatever.
How many big bore revolvers do you own, Smegs?
Oh boy. I
Well,
just got
here's
Tony's
the
vote.
thing. I don't
No,
own
no.
any revolvers.
Guess who's first assassinated?
No shit.
What?
Sean's got several, or at least one.
Yeah.
What does that have to do
One.
with anything? It's not like I don't own guns. It just means I don't own big bore revolvers or any revolvers. So Clay's not going to vote for me. I already know that, so that's okay.
Your plan
Well, I
is
ain't either.
perfect.
And Tony's
Because
not
if you
voting
think
for
about
me.
it-
What the shit? We should do that mock election gun channel style. Do you want stupid Sean or do you want awesome Smeggy?
Oh great.
I think we can still make poll questions, can't we?
Or you can select the independent third party, the no bullshit me.
Yeah, but you'd be like that one guy who died in office in like 8 days.
I'd probably be killed in pretty short order. So I'd be like fucking bombing.
Actually, you know what, Sean? I have to say I'm sorry. I just had a new one. You got to pick, a big bore revolver buddy, probably Tony, since he's sitting right here or whatever. And I'm gonna have to start the hit or miss party.
Well, you ain't got a fucking chance because you got to take
Yeah, I was about
night
to say I
time.
just won by a landslide.
It's not a good name for a party, man.
That's yeah.
I think that defines my presidency perfectly. Hit or miss. Mr. President, Syria attacked so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't give a fuck. Why are you bothering me? So anyways, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, Walking Dead.
Idea.
Walking Dead is not allowed to do mid-season breaks anymore. Make that a law.
Right. We're going to do it like Saturday Night Live. Everything happens in real time.
I don't want to see that. I just don't want them to do mid-season breaks.
Well, see, I would be one that like outfit all of our soldiers with big bore revolvers.
Oh, so we can lose?
And then send them all over there, have them line up Old West style and just march through, killing everything that moves.
For the first 5 people.
You want to send troops.
Then
I
they
just want
have
to drop
to-
Moabs.
See, here's the problem with your plan, Tony, is you'd have to increase funding to the VA like crazy because they'd all come back with arthritis and shit.
They'd only be over there for a couple weeks.
You failed the physical because you couldn't one-hand a 460 Magnum.
Oh no, they'd have to one hand two of them. One each hand.
Dual-wield 460s.
Dude, I did that this weekend. So both of my buddies have an XD, like the bigger one. I think it was with the XDM. Because the XDS is the small one. Yeah. Anyways, whatever. They make their choices. But we were like shooting one in each hand. And I've never shot like two guns at the exact same time. And it was fun. I didn't really aim at anything. I just like shot dirt, but it was fun.
Well, your presidential campaign idea is pretty good because if we won both primaries, most people don't name their vice presidents until after they're, the candidate. So
yeah,
we could do that. That would screw everybody.
Yeah.
Like, so who's your vice president, Smeggy? What about you, Smeggy? Sean. So that means either way we lose? Like, no, either way you win, idiots.
Exactly. And then I think it'd be a fun popularity race. We could
Right. They can't blame the Russians.
We
because
could do
we did
like,
it ourselves.
Like fake, negative campaign ads. Because I'm not actually a mean person, but I would like show some of the memes you put up with like, this is what he thinks is funny. Can you trust him to be president? And you would throw up, the whole like, he's a Russian spy and all that shit.
He dresses like a fucking snowman in private, for Christ's sake.
Well, actually, just when all the Trump voters over, you could just use my, Smexican. You'd be like, look at him. And then they'd all be like, oh, I can't have that. So, yeah, you would win the primaries pretty easy.
Like, look at this. He supports illegals.
Sean Connery could be a mutant.
Hey, I had a work permit. I wasn't illegal.
I could be a mutant.
He has extrasensory powers.
Actually, yeah, that might backfire because I can literally say I went to Mexico and took their jobs.
Uh-oh.
That'd make you a hero.
That's what I'm saying.
Taking Mexican jobs away from poor people out there.
Darn.
And then he found out why they come here and get ours because theirs suck. So he came back here.
Can we trust a snowman in the White House?
And say it wasn't an enjoyable month, but the last 2 days when I had free time and was in the LA area hanging out with Gun Channels people was very fun.
Here's my political platform to run on: the United States of the Earth.
That's like Antichrist speak right there. The Antichrist will unify all of mankind.
I'm not unifying nothing. I'm fucking taking it.
All right, Adolf.
I ain't gonna fucking gas a bunch of Jews.
No, ISIS maybe.
I don't think I would gas them neither. We got to train our soldiers to kill real people somehow.
See, you still want to use soldiers. I want to make like the car factories build Moabs.
That is a good idea.
Right.
Also good for the economy. More jobs.
Yeah. It's like we had Ford build Jeeps and we had Chrysler build tanks. Now I want you to build Moabs.
Dude, the GM plant in Flint, it's an old ass plant, but it's got like super high ceilings and it's actually pretty cool. There's like a bunch of it's all like brick and there's like oil soaked wood floors and shit. Like it's cool. I mean, they have modern stuff in there, but there's parts of the plant that are still all the old ones. Anyways, they were building fucking like bombers and shit back in the day there because it was like one of the like they gutted all the stuff out and they had enough room to like build them.
Yeah, Ford built bombers because they had a brand new freaking plant up there that was big enough. I think International Harvester made guns.
Yep. Singer and Remington. Everybody. The head dump division made machines.
That's what Detroit needs. We need some of these firearm manufacturers to move in. I mean, we have a very high-skilled workforce. Like there's a lot of
Point
tradesmen
Blank
and stuff
built
in the area.
the M18 tank destroyer, which I believe is the Wolverine.
Wolverine.
I think it's the Wolverine.
Oh man.
No, the Hellcat. Sorry.
Okay.
I better double check my patches. Do I have enough for NRA? I'm just thinking about it. I forget if I have a Gun Channels patch in here.
Oh God, angry. That would be standard. That would be standard GI issue freaking body armor right there. Executive Order T51 as standard.
Have my Smeggy patch.
Second executive order should be that every American is
Wolverine.
required to own one long gun, one handgun.
Oh man.
Gordon Ramsay will be in charge of creating a new menu of MREs.
I better double check my patches.
Is there a big one in there?
NRA. Who's listening to the thing? I forget if I have a Gun Channels patch in here.
Oh God, it's Raphael. That would be standard. That would be standard GI issue.
So I have Smeggy. I have Daily Gun Show.
All right, I thought this was muted.
It was fixing to be.
I got a bunch of stickers.
We don't care.
I got a couple. Oh, I have the pink Gun Channels patch. I want the regular one.
At this point, I don't give a fuck about the NRA because I'm pissed off at them rat bastards.
Yeah. Well, they still facilitate a way of me going and talking to manufacturers and stuff, which is neat.
I don't care if you go or not. I'm not saying I'm going to go. I just say I don't care. I'm pissed off at them. I ain't renouncing my membership or anything like that.
And every second matters patch in case it comes up. Oh yeah, I gotta take my AK patch so I can show it to Marco and be like, haha, you don't have one.
G-Webs needs to quick put together an NRA sucks dick patch.
Okay, now I think I'm ready. I still got an hour or so before I have to leave for the airport, but I'm just thinking about things.
You bring any snacks on the plane?
Nah.
Snacks on a plane.
If they ask you to get off in lieu of some of their employees riding, are you going to get off?
What do you
He's gonna be
think?
wearing boxing sparring headgear. Are you kidding me? Standard issue on United flights now.
Well, first off, I'm taking Delta, and they're not jackasses like that.
Call it.
And secondly, they want to
Basically.
bump me because I'm upgraded Delta Plus preferred member or whatever the fuck. Because I'm awesome. And I live my life in hotel rooms.
That is a great executive order. I think Smeggy would have to pull that one off. 2009 Mulan Szechuan sauce will now be served with all chicken nuggets.
Oh, you're gonna remove me from the flight? I think we both know Mr. Cohen here. He says no.
I'll just tell him I know Edge.
Fly with your lawyer.
Smeggy, you have to fake a temper tantrum on the plane when they hand you a bag of peanuts and you'd be like, I'm sick and tired of all these motherfucking snacks on this motherfucking plane.
That would work out good because I'm allergic to peanuts.
There
Oh,
you
you're
go.
the guy.
I'm not
What
like super
happened to
bad.
steaks on the plane?
Don't bring a 3-foot long rabbit either.
No shit.
I always wanted one of those German giant rabbits, but
Unless you're aiming to grill the son of a bitch.
nah, I'd keep it as a pet.
No, I meant if you want to take it on a plane to cook.
Oh yeah. They stress easy. That's probably why I died.
I remember
Rabbits
it
stress
like
real
news.
easy.
Well,
My
you know,
neighbor raises them.
the inference is that the airlines killed it.
Yeah. Yeah, they needed to make room for a staffer rabbit, so the Trix rabbit needed a ride.
Bugs Bunny, man. What's up, Doc?
Yep. United is the official airline of Yosemite Sam.
Ooh. Harrison Ford should be the spokesman for United. Get off my plane.
Yeah, but he would just crash it on a taxiway.
Oh. He just did it a couple of times.
Look, I can land this fucker in your backyard.
Don't worry, I've done this hundreds of times before. Yes, I know. That's why I don't want you to fucking go to the taxiway.
No, he'd say flying, yes. Landing, no.
Not so much.
Well, now, actually, he's only BOFO'd one landing. The other one was a malfunction in the aircraft. It's kind of hard to make it back to the freaking airport when your engine quits running and the wings actually won't flap.
It must be hard to concentrate when your wife is Callista Flockhart.
I don't see why it would. She ain't all that.
She's a bit of a talker.
Yeah, shit, after a few months, you can turn that shit out.
There's going to be another Indiana Jones set for 2020.
Is it?
He'll be 78 by then.
So this one he'll break his fucking hip instead of his leg.
You know what I always wish they would do is go full circle, right? So like you have Indiana Jones in the Last Crusade, where Sean Connery was his father, right? And they had that scene, that chemistry. And then in the new one, he should be the role of his father, and then Chris Pratt should be the new Indiana Jones. So they could do something similar to what they did in The Last Crusade, where he can have an easy way out of the movie. They don't have to kill him, but you know. And then he could do cameos as like the next Marcus afterwards.
Well, they could always pop up some relic that changes reality too and do the Star Trek route.
Chris Pratt's got to be the new Indiana Jones. He's got the look for it. Or did they not even cast that role yet?
I don't think
they have to run to 2020 for Christ's sake. They don't need to cast it yet. If you cast it now, the guy would probably be dead between now and then, where Hollywood stars pop off.
I don't know. I watched him in Passengers. That was a great movie.
I don't even know who the hell it is right off the top of my head.
Chris Pratt was Star-Lord in Guardians of the Galaxy, and he was in the new Magnificent Seven. He's a really versatile actor. Like if you see Guardians of the Galaxy and Magnificent Seven and then Passengers, it'll give you a really good insight to how flexible of an actor he is, because he plays three different kinds of person convincingly. Like there are vast differences between those three types of characters.
I don't give a shit one way or another who they get to play the part, to be honest with you. It don't matter. If the guy can do the job, he can do the job. That's great.
There's an article on the next movie from Entertainment Weekly.
He's going to be the next Indiana Jones. It's already a done deal. Like Steven Spielberg's already told him, you're going to be my next Indiana Jones. And there's almost nobody would turn down that. There's no way. That is a done deal.
Money for a budget for it, but I hope we got a good story this time.
Well, Well, they ruined that one because of
No.
Shia LaBeouf. That ruined it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that
movie
could
itself wasn't terrible. It was just kind of ruined by that.
I did like one little thing in that movie.
Hmm.
Remember when he goes into the cave in the cemetery?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little rock dangling down? I like that part where he goes, it's just a thing. A little rock. I like that part, just that little bit. I thought that was cool. It's just a thing. That was cool. Just that little bit. Apart from I hated the guy. He was not a likable character.
You're going to love this. Passenger kicked off of Delta flight after bathroom trip. Video emerges of a man who says he was forced off of a Delta flight after he used the restroom while the plane was delayed on the tarmac. I guess what the hell did you eat?
Yeah. Well, he had to go. Man had to go.
Maybe he was scared shitless.
That's hilarious.
He bombed the plane.
Gas attack.
Gassed all of them. What the hell did you eat?
They said that he couldn't use the restroom until after they took off, and the flight was delayed, and he couldn't hold it any longer, so he had to go. I don't know. I think we were going to just find this a witch hunt, and everyone's going to try to make news out of it. But to be honest, you know what? I'd rather see that than these, political deflections constantly.
Absurd bullshit's absurd bullshit. I don't give a shit what it is. It just annoys the shit out of me. They go on about the brutal treatment of this doctor, but what they failed to mention is that he agreed to get off that plane in the first place, $40,000, and then he decided, no, I don't want to. I want to stay.
Limbaugh slams Trump for caving on the border wall. I don't blame him. I can't find fault in it either. Pretty much everything you said you were going to do, you're not doing. That is kind of shitty. It's not a good look. Now, granted, for some reason, the media is making a big deal about the first 100 days of a presidency. It's not a big deal. If it's still on the docket, it's going to get done. It just to expect everything to be done in the first 100 days is unreasonable anyway. So the Obama repeal and replace thing.
Day 101st and 100.
Yeah. This Saturday will be day 100. So I don't know. I think the news is blowing it out of proportion now. The first 100 days doesn't mean a fucking thing to me. It's like you still got 3.5 years.
Yep.
It's their freaking watermark.
Yeah.
And let's face it, there's no honeymoon period between him and Congress anyway. It's not like they were promising to work with him, either party.
Actually, they're doing more toward working with him than I expected, to be honest with you. He was willing to burn too many bridges too damn easily.
He's making too many concessions.
I mean, I don't understand the deal with the border wall in the first place, because his campaign promise was that Mexico was going to pay for it, not us.
Right, but then he had to explain how that Mexico would pay for it. And people were too stupid to take that information and go, oh, well, that makes sense. They didn't want to do that. They were too busy losing their shit, because everybody knew that to have this wall, you have to have it paid for up front. So you pay for it up front with the American tax dollar, and then you take that deficit of tax dollars and you make it back in trade tariff. And that's how it would have been. Mexico pays for it. But people don't seem to have enough common sense to realize that that's how it works. Like they literally thought that they were going to send a bill to Mexico and they were going to cut a check. And that's not going to happen. And what's really shocking to me is the cost. They're saying that it's going to cost $8 to $10 billion to build the border wall. And people go, oh, that's a lot of money. And then you look at the figure of how much tax money is wasted on programs to support illegal aliens. And that's $22 billion every year. So it's like, spend a little bit now and not spend a little bit more later every fucking year. They don't get it.
Nope.
People are too short-sighted. They see a number and they're like, oh my God. And they don't realize that there's a far bigger number that's been going on for far longer. Or it'll be instantly dismissed by certain media types as, oh, that's fake news and that's a fake dollar amount. There's no way we spend that much. And then everyone has to go do their own homework. And by the time they go, yeah, it is that big of a number, the media's already pushed onto something else. They're like, oh, that was so yesteryear. We're talking about this now.
That's the way things work.
The founder of Wikipedia wants to start a new news source to combat fake news. The idea is that he wants to take 10 of the most credible news reporters and have them write articles on this new, I think he called it, oh shit, I forgot the name of it. It was really clever. But he came up with a new name for this new type of news. And then people were jumping in saying, well, anybody can go and edit wiki articles, so what makes this any different? And the question I raised was, why is this even necessary? We've had WikiLeaks for 10 years. They have a 100% track record. They have never, ever been disproven, which means they've never, ever lied about anything even once in 10 years. We've already got true news, and it's on a global scale. It's just, you're just mad because you didn't think of it first, and the media is trying to hammer down on it because they're not liberally controlled. No, we want another one. Fuck you then. Have another one. Just make sure that it's just as good as the one that's already there.
The problem with WikiLeaks at the moment that I see is the illegal nature of shit involved. That creates a potential problem for shit happening.
Are you talking about the nature of how this information is acquired?
Precisely.
Well, how is what WikiLeaks do any different than what a really good nosy reporter does every day in, say, the 1940s or 30s, like you used to see in old black and white movies? Or the Tattler in, the Silence of the Lambs series or the Hannibal Lecter series, Some people call...
I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm just saying
right.
There's problems.
But it doesn't discredit the information. That's the thing. The methods may be shady, but the information is still legit.
No, certainly, but it is always susceptible to being taken down.
Right, which is why WikiLeaks is like a hydra. You take off one head and like two more spring up. So their diversity and redundancy keeps them going.
And therein, if shit hits the fan happens and we lose the internet, they're gone.
On a global scale, yes. On an intranet scale, not so much. There would just be, how would I describe it? There would be like regional cells of that entity still. And then they would have to use analog means to spread the information between cells. Now it sounds like a terror group, doesn't it?
No, I get exactly what you're saying there.
I mean, okay, worst case scenario is it goes all the way back to the most analog form of journalism, print. Matter of fact, I'm going to look this up before I say it. I don't know. I mean, if you look at all the papers and print that were out during the Revolutionary War, for instance, they were the WikiLeaks of their day, weren't they? They were pushing propaganda to revolt against, British rule or whatever. Like any one of those writers could have been killed for treason or something. It's like they're just continuing what's already been going on in our nation's history for centuries. And now what happened is the majority of sheep didn't realize how long WikiLeaks has been around, and the smear campaign against them worked to the people who didn't know the history of WikiLeaks before it became presidential, I guess.
Do you think that there's information that the public should not know?
No. Because if somebody has to ask a question about something, it must have been a big enough deal for that question to be raised by more than just one person. I think that's one of the reasons why the Freedom of Information Act was enabled, Now, I mean, if there's some things that people just don't know and they're not asking, then that's a different story completely. If you're not being asked, then you have no reason to tell. It's sort of like that whole SIG brace thing we were talking about yesterday. It's like nobody at a range has ever been called out for shouldering a SIG brace in the last 2 years and 4 months. Because nobody asked, so nobody told. So in that situation, if there's information being withheld, it's only being withheld because nobody's asking the question. But if somebody asks the question, or a group, or a people, or a state, then yeah, that bears investigation.
I seen yesterday, I think, somebody saying that was only applied to that one brace. And then later on, I saw a statement from an ATF agent that said, no, it applies to any of the braces.
Yeah, I saw the same two conflicting stories. Like Military Arms Channel did a video saying that it applied to SB Tactical, which would also apply to the SIG brace because that's made by SB Tactical. And then not, 2 hours later, it turned around and Mr. Guns and Gear had a video because he talked to an ATF lawyer and the guy was like, no, it applies to all braces. So
it's a link to pull issue now.
Right, but see, they make pistol buffer tubes with like a collar on the end of it of set lengths. So even if, say you had long arms like I do, you couldn't use a pistol brace without that little piece on there to extend the length of pull anyway, even if I wanted to brace it, because I've got really long forearms. So when I build one, it's going to have that. But on the other side, I'm not even worried about what braces are legal or illegal because I was going to get an SB Tactical anyway. They're one of the better ones made. So actually one of the best ones made. So it doesn't even really apply to me. I guess it applies to people who already have other brands braces. But I looked at that collapsible one that Flippy and I were talking about yesterday, and as much as I would like to have it, I can't justify a $300 brace because I could just put a really nice regular stock on it, pay the $200 tax stamp on that as an SBR, and still come out cheaper.
Yeah. Some people just don't make a whole lot of sense with their choices.
Right. But I did like one of Flippy's ideas. You put the brace on while you wait for the paperwork for an SBR. That makes sense to me too. Like, I'm going to build probably 3 pistols now. And I'll probably leave the brace on 2 of them. But I will legally SBR one of them just because I want to not have to ever worry about it. Ever.
I don't know. I think there's starting to be some people in the political arena looking at the NFA thinking that some of that shit's ridiculous.
See, and that's a good thing too. It's like, is it Donald Trump Jr. or is it Eric Trump, the one that's very 2A friendly?
Junior.
Junior. Okay. Is Junior going to be a speaker at NRA?
Do not know. I haven't really paid attention to what's going on there, except for the disinvites.
Right. And the thing is that you're dividing the House by doing this disinviting thing. I think we all agree on that.
Yes.
The thing I want to bring up is Donald Trump Jr. speaks at the NRA in an open forum, and the question that needs to be asked and pushed constantly is Hearing Protection Act. Why isn't this done yet? And then he will take that and relay that information to his father once he goes, listen, man, I just went to the NRA show and they hammered me for an hour about the Hearing Protection Act. And he goes, and I've already told you my stance on this. We really should go ahead and get this done. And then maybe someone else will ask, we've reversed the opinion, or we've seen the reversal of the opinions of the SIG brace. We're still working on trying to get the Hearing Protection Act passed. It's obvious that there are people in power now that can look at the NFA and scrutinize the heck out of it as an obsolete piece of legislation that needs to disappear. And then he can raise that later. He can say, look, they brought up the Hearing Protection Act, but they also made a really good point about the NFA being obsolete. I mean, think about how much innovation has been stymied by the fact that they can't legally mass produce fully automatic weapons. Or think about how much progress has been stymied in the technology of making accurate, reliable, short-barreled rifles and shotguns, you know? Like, how much more technology could have been developed between 86 to today in short-barrel rifle technology? Why are we still talking about what's the best caliber for an AR pistol when if we always had that capability to design these things, we would have found a mechanical fix for every caliber? Like, hey, we found a great way to make a 900-yard, 6.5-inch Grendel pistol because we've had 20 years to develop it, you know? It's like all that could have been solved years ago.
Not to mention just the additional work that creates for people to be employed.
Yeah, R&D, manufacturing, government contracts, military contracts, would, you know, export contracts. You know, I think the Israelis made the Tavor because we didn't come up with something cooler at the time.
Right. The bullpup industry is going to be a little against the idea because that's their one claim to fame, as it were, is having a gun that's that short yet accurate as hell.
I'm not anti-Tavor, by the way. It's just, I thought that was a good example.
I'm anti what the bastards cost.
Yeah. See, and there's no way that the NFA is being, or that hasn't, there's no way that it couldn't have been repealed or it isn't repealed because of that sliver of a 1% of people who don't want to lose the value of their fully automatic weapon. You know,
No, there's not enough of those.
There's not enough of those to stop repealing the NFA. There's just not.
I never bought that argument.
They're a vocal minority, yes, but then again, a really good argument was raised saying, look, you still have an original Colt M16. That still has value. Maybe not as much as you paid for it, but then again, who's to say? Let the market decide. Because maybe somebody still does want an original Colt. But that doesn't stop them from wanting a fully automatic 10mm Chris Vector either. You know, it's not about just your Colt. It's about their Chris Vector. It's about someone's MG3. It's about Hill and Mac Gunworks making that brilliant STG-44 true to life and automatic if they wanted it to.
And you know, when it comes to like SBR, there's no damn reason for that to be on the NFA in the first place.
Yeah. Hey, I voluntarily want to lower my velocity and possible accuracy, and I have to pay for the privilege of fucking up my accuracy. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean,
But you can conceal it. Like, well, I can conceal this 357 Magnum too. But you don't have a 30-round 357 Magnum. I got speed loaders. I got a fucking Glock with a 33-round magazine. You know, it's like your argument is invalid.
the argument can be made for a really short shotgun.
Yeah.
But that's about the only one. 12 gauge with the buttstock cut off the pistol grip and the barrel being cut down to like 6 inches long. That's going to be a devastating son of a bitch up close and personal.
Sure. Doesn't mean that the rest of us shouldn't be able to have one too, though. You know,
I
we're
don't
worried
think
about
so.
the one. We're worried about the
I'm just-
1 out of 10,000 or the 1 out of 1 million.
I'm just saying the argument can be made there,
Yeah.
not on the rifle.
Right. But even then, like I would say, I would counter argue the short barrel shotgun thing. I'd be like, look, you're worried about the 1 out of 10 million chance that could happen, or that 1 out of 100 billion chance that could happen. Oh, but if we could save one child, hey, if one mom can save her child from that asshole with her own, you know, that trumps your argument
they-
right there.
One child, then why not fucking defund Planned Parenthood? Hypocritical son of a bitch.
They need to do something to the degree of setting a deadline or a time limit, like a really stiff one. Because I'm one of those people who are like, this is where my politics get strange. I do believe in pro-choice. However, there has to be a cutoff, a very reasonable cutoff. Like I'm saying 35 or 45 days only. Because you can't tell me that you're being responsible if you have an unwanted pregnancy when you could just not do the deed in the first place. You know what I mean? It's like, if you exercise some self-restraint, then you wouldn't even have this argument. But the fact of the matter is you like fucking, and you don't like protected fucking. So if you're going to play the game, you have to go with the penalties that come with that game. And your limitation is like, I'd say 45 days. Anything past 45 days, too bad. You can't do it anymore.
Well, you know, I'm not one that's opposed to birth control. You
Exactly.
want to get birth control pills for free, go get them.
Yeah, okay.
If you want to take that morning after pill, do that.
Yep.
But if you get knocked up, have the kid give it away if you don't want it.
There are plenty of, well, okay, we're going to get into that at length, and I don't want to do that because it's going to piss off a lot of people. But I mean, I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And it's like, yeah, defunding Planned Parenthood is not a bad idea. It's a choice that people make to go over there in the first place. So why is that backed by the government? Why
My
is an
point is
elective
that's-
surgery backed by the government? That makes no sense to me.
That's just an answer to the if it saves one child.
Yeah, I got to open the gate. I heard a dog bark, but I got to get the gate. I just saw a freight truck pull up.
By the way, guys, what do you think about the child vaccination?
The what vaccination?
The child vaccination, because a lot of parents don't vaccinate their child, and they start
Oh,
epidemics.
you mean just vaccinating in general? I gotcha.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird. It's like science has proven, medical science has proven that most of these work. So why wouldn't you do it? I don't get that.
I'm not opposed.
Like we all got it. We turned out
I
fine.
got vaccinated.
Yeah, I got
I'm a
it.
little bit opposed to this flu shot bullshit and pneumonia shot stuff because I don't know. The government seems to want to push that so damn much for some reason.
You know, they say that the flu shot doesn't give you the flu, and that's bullshit. Because it's not, they give you a weakened or dead version of the flu, right? Well, if you get a weakened version of the flu, you still can contract the flu depending on what your immune system condition was by the time you took the shot. Like if you've been eating poorly and you've been outside a lot and you're just, you're out and exposed or whatever, and then you get that shot, you damn well do get sick, because it happened to me twice. When I was a little kid and I fucking went out and played all the time, and I was out in the fucking 40-degree evenings in shorts and a t-shirt, freezing my ass off, but still playing with the neighborhood kids or whatever. I got that flu shot. I got the flu right after I got the shot. It's like, that shit happens.
What I mean by vaccination, I mean if you vaccinate your child against some of those diseases that you get when you are a child.
Right. Like I got the polio vaccine. I got, when you're in public school, you have to get a shot record or something like that. They put out notices and reminders and things of that nature, at least where I am. And I mean, they're not injecting an RFID tag into you or anything, they're trying to prevent you from getting other kids sick. So
because in my country it's a problem right now, because a lot of parents don't vaccinate their child anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like an epidemic of child diseases. And the government say that they probably ban child who don't have vaccination from public school or public systems of schools.
I mean, parents get a choice what they want to do to their kids or what they want to have injected into their kids. And I mean, I can sort of respect that, but I mean, this is one of those greater good situations where it's like, there are no downsides to this.
No, I agree with you, especially on the mainstay of vaccinations that have been time tested and proven to be a help to society.
Yeah, it's like, don't deny the polio vaccine. That's just stupid. We've almost completely gotten rid of it, and now it's back again.
Yeah, but sometimes kids have like allergic reaction to that vaccine.
Yeah, and the
Okay,
science.
but we're talking about the 1 in 10. It's just like the short-barreled shotgun argument. We're talking about the 1 in 10 million.
It's like the
and
MMR.
What would happen if they contracted the thing that they were getting a vaccine for anyway? Then it's like, what good was that anyway? You're going to react to a vaccination to a disease that you're probably going to contract in the first place if you're that weak, genetically weak. Oh, great. Now I'm getting into eugenics.
The MMR and the smallpox, I mean, all this shit's been around for years, so. Yeah, and we don't have serious outbreaks.
Prove it doesn't work on a global scale before you say you're not going to let your kids have it. Do that, and then you have an argument.
Right, yeah. If you don't want to have it yourself.
Well, you already have it. If you have like over 40 years.
Right.
Or over 30.
I wonder if they actually require a vaccination shot record on people that are immigrating to the United States. Because that's one of the big concerns about this refugee crisis is they're bringing over things that we are inoculated for that they aren't. And children that may be around these people who haven't been inoculated yet are picking up these, strange cases of meningitis or whatever. And it's like, I wonder if there's a requirement. I've never really looked that up.
I think they're required to get the required shots to immigrate, yes.
Right. Now, refugees, that's a different story. They're already in the system and doled out to wherever they're supposed to be going long before any of that happens. They don't swear allegiance to the United States. They don't even take like the citizenship tests and things. It's just like, nope, you're here because of an extenuating circumstance. So they're fast tracked through. Like I had a friend from Bosnia, he came here on a refugee program. Like he suffered from PTSD at age 9. His best friend was blown up by an IED right next to him. And the fact that his friend took the hit is the only reason he's still alive today. And then his family had people in prison by Serbian, troops or whatever, and they made it out. And then they got over here. And it's like, did you have to go through the whole inoculation and everything? He's like, no, they sent us here first, and we dealt with all of that years later because we decided to stay. And I'm like, okay.
Because if I want to go to the United States, I probably get like 20 shots for some disease.
Yeah, they would say, look, you need this for polio, we need this for chickenpox, you need this for like maybe the flu or whatever this year or whatnot.
I already have the chickenpox and polio vaccines, and another 20. Because here there was some law when I was in school that you need to get vaccinated.
Did you guys listen to Dano really got into it with Bob yesterday about the differences between civil rights and constitutional legalities, right? And what I kept trying to ask, which I don't think they saw it in time, is why were they blurring the lines between human rights and constitutional law? There's two. They were trying to, like, I think Dano was blurring that line a bit, or maybe it was Bob that was blurring that line a bit. And what he was trying to say is that illegal immigrants should not be given the constitutional protections of a citizen, which I would completely agree with. If you came here illegally, you've already broken the law of the land just getting here. Whereas if you are a resident alien or you are applying for citizenship, because you are going through the process and you are going through the motions and you're doing it correctly by the letter of the law, you are afforded constitutional protections. That makes perfect sense to me. And I don't think Bob caught on to the fact that Dano was only talking about illegals. And they kept going back and forth. I'm just like, you're confusing civil rights and human rights with actual law.
Well, the worst part is that the law of the country is applied to anyone who is in the country, refugee or not,
legally,
or illegal alien or not. Like in my country,
that's what I don't understand about what's that word that they use? Amnesty, right? Oh, look, I know we came here illegally, but we're good now, right? It's like, no, we're not good, dude. You broke the law before you even got accepted. It's like trying to meet a girl who cheated on you on your first date. She went in the bathroom and banged some other dude. It's like, you already broke that trust. And now you want me to forgive it and allow you to come in after you've already broken that trust. What else are you capable of? You see what I'm saying?
I think, don't quote me on that, but because of my sights in the problem of the refugees, because I am quite literally in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Because I live in Europe and it's refugee that, refugee this, amnesty this. Don't persecute them because they are like war. They have like wars in their country. I am like, if you do something and I do something, everybody should be treated as well as equals. Not someone should be treated differently just because they are from another part or from another country. If you do break shit, you get in prison. Or at least work in the community for a while until you can pay for that shit.
What I want to know is why does the refugee program allow men and women of fighting age out of their country under a refugee program? If it was just old men, old women, and children that were given refugee status, that's perfectly fine. It's almost like that argument we had about California's gun laws. If everybody leaves, there's no one left to fight. And if you take all these able-bodied men and women of fighting age and give them refugee status, who the hell is left to fight? There's nobody left. The terrorists win, or in this case, Assad wins. And it's like, if you don't take a 19-year-old kid and give him refugee status, because he lived in a country that had mandatory military service in the first place. So he's of fighting age. If there wasn't a civil war, he'd be in the military.
Yeah, but I think it's about the family, so you don't break the family.
Hey,
I think
wars
that's it.
break families. That's a fact of life. That's a fact
No.
of war. That's why they're called casualties of war.
Not only war, like immigration, for example. In my
Right.
country,
Immigration is not the same as refugee programs, though. That's completely different. Immigration
Yeah,
is I put in a legal application under peacetime conditions to become a citizen of your country.
or not, because in the UN, because in the European Union, you can go to a country to another to work. And for example, in my country, there are a lot of kids who have
Yeah.
like parents who work in other countries.
Right,
And
because
they
the
are
countries are
raised by-
smaller and they're close together. So
Yeah,
you cross the border a lot. I get that.
I think that is because they want to keep family together. At least that's the law in the EU. If you accept one, you accept the whole family.
That's a real
And
weak
if you don't
argument
wanna-
for a refugee program, though.
If you don't want to separate your family, then don't leave your freaking country that's
No,
at
no,
war.
I
Stay
under-
with your family.
I get it. I get it
I do
about,
get it too, but
family
that's
staying
fucking
together.
lame ass argument.
but there has to be a caveat put down of, look, you're leaving the country because of the Civil War. If you want your side to win so you can eventually go back home to your ancestral birthplace, you know, for the older folks, then the generation that can actually win that fight should stay behind to do that fight. If they pass a physical, if their, you know, if their aptitude is correct, if their mindset is correct, they would be ideal soldiers, right, for the fight. And yet they're not. They're running. They're all leaving.
Yeah, I
They're
posted in the
conceding
chat
that they never
about
want to come
what
back
happened
home.
in Europe, like a few hours ago. What happened in Europe, in the UK,
Mhm.
near the parliament.
This just happened?
Yeah,
Well, let's see here.
people don't need guns, at least to be a terrorist.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, when they outlawed guns in the UK, more or less, you know, violent crimes with things like machetes and hatchets went through the roof. You know, it's like you cannot stop a determined criminal from carrying out the act he intends to carry out. If he wants to murder you, he'll use a fucking baby pacifier if he has to.
Yeah. And the Russian ship sunk, collided with the Turkey
Yeah,
ship.
I started the show with that this morning. I was like, I wonder when they called Turkish cattle ships cruise missiles. You know, like when did they relabel those?
Don't forget, like in the World War II, they used like mini submarine for like kamikaze missions and shit like that.
Yep. Man was carrying knives near the Parliament building. In the same place.
Well, I don't know. It ain't never gonna fucking open for me to read it. So
I'm very glad to see like how the British cops are outfitted these days, because I swear I'm looking at a guy holding a Troy Alpha carbine. A British cop with a Troy Alpha carbine. I'm like, that looks badass. It's funny. I mean, it's like the cops have, you know, these rifles and they've got drop leg holsters and freaking SIG pistols and all this other shit. And it's like, yeah, they can have it, but the citizens can't have it.
Yeah, like the guy has like tear canisters and like a grenade in other, like a smoke grenade.
You see that dude in the picture on the right? He's got freaking 3 pistols.
Yeah, it's
He's got a belt holster, a shoulder, or he's got a belt holster. He's holding one in his hand, and he's got a drop leg holster.
yeah, I think he's special forces that are not normal police. Because normal police has like a baton and that's it.
Arctic, you're absolutely right about the refugee thing. They don't want to go back home. But what's really funny is when they come to wherever they're going, they turn it into their home. They turn it into the place they left behind, and they want everyone in the area to conform to their system of upbringing or however, you know?
Yeah.
It's like they don't want to integrate. They want to
Stay.
assimilate? No, they don't want to assimilate. They want to indoctrinate. I think that's what it is. I forgot this. It's got a fancy saying to it, but they don't want to blend in. They want to take over. They want to change the flavor.
Well, I think because of my social studies, and I study the history of Europe and what other countries might be like that are like Arab countries, and they are all bound by the law, by their laws, and they think here they can apply the same laws they have in their own country, like beating women and throwing rocks at women or cutting people's hands and other parts of the body. They don't understand here are other laws.
Right.
They try to bring their own laws here.
They're
like
bringing
they,
up genital mutilation here in the States these days because of that one doctor who performed a female circumcision, I think they call it. Basically, where they remove the, how do I put this politely? The feeling center of sexual arousal for women. That was removed. Now, I don't know if the parents okayed that or if this doctor took it upon herself just to do it, but that has raised a big stink in the news these days around here.
well, they have that thing in their countries. Like
there, and they bring it here, and we already have, laws and medical doctrines against such practices, unless it's going to be elective surgeries. Children don't elect to have circumcisions, though. That's the thing. That's something that the parents decide to do. And, it's like, I never knew about female circumcisions until maybe 10 years ago. I didn't know that was even a thing. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh,
it's like, when I was a bright-eyed teenager and I was trying to find the spot on every girl, maybe every girl I dated just had that done to them or something. I don't know. See, I just gave you option number 3. They're either liars, or you just suck in bed, or they had that procedure done and you should pity them.
I'm suspecting it's 2, buddy.
Well, I was a teenager. I didn't know shit back then. I just knew square peg goes in round hole, so.
There was all kinds of books to teach you.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, like I'm saying, I didn't even know, that female circumcision was. I didn't know that. I'm like, wow. And then when I learned about it, I'm like, wow, why would you even do that?
And
that practice was banned in the EU, like in the 60s from the European Union, and they still practical, like in the UK, still even this day. Like they have their own doctors.
Some of the cultures in Africa that practice that also practice scarring the male genitals.
Wait. You're confusing tribal scarification to an Islamic practice of circumcision. That's 2 different things. I know about that because I grew up with a guy who is from that kind of tribal family system, and a lot of the scarifications are identifications or marks of honor. So that's different.
But it just takes rib for her pleasure to a whole new place.
They take away the rib and the pleasure. I guess the reason that they do it there is because they want subservient women in a way, And if that isn't a women's rights red light right there, then I can't help you feminists, because you should be outraged by that before anything else.
Yeah, but I think feminists don't get in that.
As a matter of fact, I would challenge any feminist. Imagine if they took away the little man in the boat from you. Wouldn't you be upset? I think that's a very, very fair argument to make to any feminist. No man in the boat. How do you feel? That is your first women's rights issue right there.
Well, the fact that they would stone you to death for just about anything that pissed them off.
Yeah. Honor killings, really, you know.
Force you to marry who they decide.
Well, okay. Arranged marriages are a real gray area for me because it's like some of it's rooted in tradition, not religion. Some of it's rooted in financial stability. Some of it's rooted in, I guess, eugenics. So it's like there's many, many reasons for that. But then again, sometimes the arranged marriages was the girl you grew up with your whole life anyway, you know? Like, you were down for it anyway. You were cool with it, you know? So it's like, I guess that's circumstantial. Yes, having a choice and free will is always better, but I mean, maybe that choice was of your own free will.
Yeah, but I think the best way to change some people's opinion is to imply the Taylor method. That works to stop like the Turks and invading people that break into my country.
It's
Like
funny that you had mentioned that because my Bosnian friend always talks about how Yugoslavia, or the way Yugoslavia was during, he called it Turkish times. But yeah, I mean, they invaded a lot of places. So, I mean, I guess their influences are far reaching.
Yeah. But I think if you impale like 2 or 3 people and let them like on the display, the others don't do like what the others like that men do. And I know it sounds very bad, but sometimes if you are in a situation that you cannot fix a people opinion, that's the best way. Make them
Where's
feel.
Smigs?
Wait a minute. You know, I just realized something. That shotgun I was talking about earlier, I was looking at the, what was it, the Mossberg Shockwave, right? Or is it the Remington Shockwave?
Mossberg.
Mossberg did it first. Okay. The listing at my local is for a Remington version. So I guess they already have the response one. It's available for pre-order. The Mossberg one is $409 and the Remington one is $440. And they look identical. The only difference is actually the forend. Everything else is the same. He's off to Atlanta. Hey, maybe if you're lucky, you'll get to see Dwight Howard and the Atlanta Hawks in the playoffs before they get eliminated. Or all right, every day at 12:30ish, I get a call on my phone from a number I never recognize, and it's always a different number. Always. It's the man trying to break my stream. I've been overly chatty today. I was checking for new news and I found none.
No, I looked a while ago and there wasn't anything.
I mean, I guess that's okay. That means it's technically a slow news day. But Chechen gay men facing arrest, torture, and killings. Okay.
That's the kind of thing I don't understand how the Muslim immigration became such a darling thing of the left when, if you look at the hardline Muslims, they want to kill every other darling of the left out there.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you're not them, you're dead. That's the gist of it.
Pretty much.
It's the one-liner of one-liners. Kill all infidels. That's it. That's it. 3 words. I don't know. The Chechen thing's not Muslim related though. That's just between Russians and Chechens, I think.
Right, yeah, I get that. I was just still pondering the other conversation.
I don't know. You got to remember, man. When you're dealing with a leftist, they're not interested in the facts. They don't function with their brain. They function with their heart. And while their heart is, they think their heart's in the right place, it's because they're not using their brain that their heart is misled a lot of times. You know, they're the I'm going to sound so sexist here, but you know, they say men are reactionary and women are emotional reactionary, right? It's sort of the same thing between like the people on the right and the people on the left. The people on the right always try to use facts and logic, and the people on the left always use emotion and drama. It's like their credo.
Yeah. I post the news about the shooting right now. A couple injured after a man point gun at the homeowner. The driver point the gun at the homeowner, and the homeowner shoot back with a shotgun. And he hit both the driver and his passenger. And the driver point the gun at the man. Some people are just stupid.
My police chief is having a press conference on the reaction of the new sanctuary city crackdown, because he originally was the police chief of Austin, Texas, which is my state capital, which is quite blue, strangely enough, because it's full of a bunch of impressionable youth at UT. Man, to think I almost went to school there too. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, in Kansas, governor seek $24 million to ban gun at state hospitals. What a stupid man. Sam Brownback. And the man was shot by the police in the Berlin hospital.
I would just like to point out that it's 1 p.m. or about to be 1 p.m. where I am. It is 75, there's no wind, and it's absolutely gorgeous outside, and I'm stuck at work.
Sucks for you.
Yes.
Too bad.
I have 250 rounds of 45-70, and I have 250 rounds of 30-30. I've got 200 rounds of 500 Magnum. I've got 400 rounds of 454 Casull. A couple thousand rounds of 38 and 357, and about 800 rounds of 44 Magnum.
Well, take a sick day. Take a sick day or go home early.
I need the money, man. They doubled my insurance premium. I have to be at work. I can't take a day off. I can't afford to take days off.
Can you change like your insurance company, like to have like?
I meet with my agent in 4 days, and I know he doesn't set the prices. Insurance companies, your agent doesn't set the price. Their system does. They're just the agent, right? So we're gonna go see this guy, show him our bill, and just be like, look, man, we've been with you for 30 years. We've never had a claim. This is our first one ever. You know, I've been driving for 22 years with no accidents, and I think only one ticket on my record that I got dismissed. And it's like, if you were me and you've been this kind of customer and you got this bill after one claim, what would you do in my shoes? And I would just pose to him that question. And then he, you know, if he's a reasonable guy, he'll fix it. He'll be like, look, I'll take care of it. Because I feel like I'm being dealt an injustice. It was bad enough that I had this accident. It was worse that the woman that I hit actually tried to commit insurance fraud, and I helped my insurance company claims department try to fight against it. And then they did this to me as a thank you? No. No.
Well, here insurance company are you need to have an insurance by law, like to have an insurance on your car and on your home. It's like law here. but some of them are really crooked. Like they can spike your tax per year like twice or third or three times because you have an accident, or if you have like a ticket or something like that. They consider you a more risky driver and they put more insurance on you.
Right. It's like I had a parking lot accident and they want to, say I'm a higher risk. No. Be right back. My folks.
I'll be right back too.
Just got back.
Yeah, but here if you get like police like to take points out of your like you have 40 points and you can have if you have are 40 points removed from your driver license, you lose your license for 3 months. And if you have like one ticket and like a minor sanction, they probably will spike the insurance on your car on your bike because they consider you to be more risky driver.
Yeah, we don't do the point system here.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with it though. Just in case, links are out because I'm fixing to lunch channel a bit, so things may get a little quiet. But if other of you want to join, come on in. It'll be great. Hit the stop button on my player like a million times and it finally reacted.
Yeah. By the way, Winchester USA has like a deal sale.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like you can get 45 automatic, 40 Smith & Wesson, and 38 special, 20% off.
Oh, it's an ammo deal.
Yeah. Not gun deals.
It's not a bad deal.
I post all the deals in the.
See, I'm fortunate enough to have a Freedom Munitions in my city. So like I go over there and then I give them like a Mr. Guns and Gear promo code and I get 5% off what's already cheap. And I get a discount because they don't have to ship it. So it's like, woohoo! I can get a box of 44 Magnum for just about $30. And that's new. That's not reman stuff. Every once in a while I'll go ahead and buy ammo just because I want the brass for later anyway. So I think at least twice a year I'll buy factory loads just for the brass. I know I'm paying a little extra than I can just reload it myself, but because I want the brass, there's a method to my madness.
Yeah.
Great phone call.
Yeah. You can get like 45 automatic, 40 Smith & Wesson, and 38 special at 0.70 cents a round.
Using the code, are you a 40 guy?
And Botech Tactical, you can get 10% off all ammunition with code ammo.
I do too, Arctic. Usually, I just hand load, but every once in a while, like if I'm at a gun show or whatever, I'll go talk to the guys at Freedom. I want them to remember my name and face, so I always go up there and shoot the breeze with them, and then I'll buy like a box of, like one box of 3 calibers or something, because it's like I'm already here, it saves me the trouble, and it's usually cheap enough to where I can justify the expense.
Yeah, they have cheaper ammo.
Yeah. What? I mean, you can't find the disc. It's right there.
Pondering not back yet?
I'm here.
Oh. Uncharacteristically quiet.
Well, it's because I'm fixing to go make my lunch.
So have you seen a doctor yet?
No, but I did make an appointment. I'm just waiting for a date confirmation. Thanks for reminding me, though. I got to print out my cards, too. I keep forgetting to do that.
By the way, if you want to save like $100 by buying a Sig Sauer 320
Mm-hmm.
and the extra magazine plus 100 rounds for free, I give you the link.
Fantastic. That actually would work out for a lot of folks in gun channels today. Which I should remind you, if you're not at gunchannels.com, you should come on over because it's free to join and you can join in these conversations every day.
Yes, please.
That's not even me making a Patreon request because I don't have a Patreon account.
Me neither.
Yeah, it's $4.99.
I don't
But
feel like I'm
Mr.
big enough or influential enough to have that yet, so.
You can get a GoFundMe campaign.
Yeah. Pony needs to replace his dog's eyes. He needs to have double LASIK eye surgery on his schnauzer.
PayPal lets you do a donate page now.
Really? Yeah, I kind of figured it's becoming in fashion.
Yeah, I put one on my Gun Channels page.
Very cool.
Yeah, I don't have PayPal because I don't trust banks.
I joined that on day one because you don't have to put any money in it if you don't want to. You can just tie it to a bank account you already have, and it only draws when you need to use it.
That's what I do.
Yeah, and because I've been with them for like, what, more than 10 years, I get all the benefits of somebody who keeps money in their account. I'm like, suckers.
What, you mean PayPal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been a PayPal member for, God, years.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like one of those we'll bend over backwards for you kind of account holders. Plus, I have a shop account here at the store, so it's like they work with me either way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't keep no money in it, but they even sent me a debit card.
Yeah, see, they want me to get one of those, and I may actually do it.
Well, occasionally I will put money in it if I'm going to buy something off the internet that I'm not doing through PayPal because they don't use it. I'll use a prepaid card like that, use that like a prepaid card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but sometimes PayPal can screw you over.
More times than not, they don't, though. They're one of the better companies out there that protect both the buyer and the seller. If it wasn't the case, then we wouldn't be using it here at my store or at my shop because
Yeah, but
it's
I don't
because
trust
they do
banks because more than once they screw me over.
So you got all your money under your mattress, huh?
No, I usually spend all my money, all my $200 I get for working.
money burns a hole in Jay's pocket.
Yeah,
I like him already.
Yeah, that happens to me too.
yeah,
He's
but
gonna do
every
well when
month
he
I
comes to
end
the States.
like minus $50 or $60 only
I don't have-
by paying the bills.
I don't have enough money to ignite a match to burn a hole in my pocket, so there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, the money are not very stick to me. They go as fast as they come.
Has your FFL updated you lately on your Ruger?
Do what?
Has your FFL updated you on your Ruger?
I called them yesterday. They said they haven't heard nothing yet.
Jesus. It's been like, what, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Yankee gets his shit fixed in 4 days.
I ain't Yankee.
Doesn't matter. They don't know who he is.
Well, I'm sure he tells them.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I don't
He
want
named
to say his full name, but I'm pretty sure everyone knows it. But it,
I know
if it says, if he calls in as David so and so, they don't know that he's the Yankee Marshal.
Well,
but he only adds that part.
he probably says, "This is David, aka the Yankee Marshal."
He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would do that to me.
Have you watched one of his videos?
Yes, that's why I said that. I don't think he would be the kind of guy who would push around his internet persona just to get results. Because like he does those recordings where he talks to customer service, and it's like he doesn't say he's the Yankee Marshal ever in those because he wants to show you what your experience should be like as just the average Joe.
All right, that would go against the whole thing if he said he was the Yankee Marshal.
Yeah. But 4 days, dude. Smith & Wesson had that shit done in 4 days.
They told me right up front it'd be a month. Now, granted, it was a week before they sent it off, so
So you're going to give them another 2 weeks before you start giving them a rash of shit then.
another week. When it's a month, I'm going to really start saying, hey, what's freaking going on?
Yeah.
I at least expected to hear from them if I had to pay for this damn thing or not.
Because they want to collect quickly and pay slowly. So that's like the mantra of every business. Collect the bills quickly, pay the bills slowly.
And it certainly makes the wallet look better.
Yeah, and then it tricks the investors. Like, look how deep into the green we are before they paid off all the bills. Stock goes up, then they pay the bills. That's how business works.
I don't know.
America.
Right now, I'm viewing it as a good sign that Ruger ain't asking for money.
I think they'll take care of you the first time. If it's a repeat performance, then they'll say, hey, wait a minute.
I hope the hell it doesn't happen again. It's not going to happen again on my account. I can tell you that.
Yeah, you have a digital scale now.
That's right.
Now I just got to get you to buy a wet tumbler.
Why would I buy a wet tumbler? That fucking dry tumbler.
Efficiency. No
And I got
nuts.
time.
You do have time, that's for sure.
I got nothing but time. Shit, I've got about 17, maybe 1,500 rounds of shells ready to load.
Arctic wants to know your story.
Uh,
I could paraphrase it pretty quickly.
Too much gunpowder.
Son-in-law loaded something, and he changed the setting on the scale. Tony loaded a case without checking the setting on the scale. He had a double charged or over double charged cartridge in his 44. It went boom, and so did the cylinder.
Yep, that's pretty much it. And it got sent back to Ruger.
And they'll
Now,
probably take care of it.
The son-in-law is kind of incidental. It's just how the switch happened. It's my fault for not catching it, not his.
I mean, on the plus side, at least you have a son-in-law that's a hand loader.
Two of them for sure into guns. I don't know about the other two. One is kind of indifferent, and then the other one, I don't know. His family is heavily into guns.
Odds are in your favor.
Yeah. Yeah, he told me to talk to his dad about hunting their property, so evidently he at least is familiar with the fact that the family hunts. Whether he does or not, he didn't say.
Gonna check Academy and see if they have the shockwave.
Should find out in a couple of days if I got deer tags or not.
It's a May issue kind of thing, or
It's a lottery.
oh, because there's too many applicants. I got you.
If you're willing to order them for your county instead of a specific area, which is what I did, I ordered them for 2 state parks. Your odds are pretty good at getting them, but like I said, I ordered for 2 state parks that are pretty popular. So I don't know. If I don't get them there, then I'm going to shoot for the county that both state parks are in and go hunting near those state parks and see if I can catch deer on the run.
Player went crazy just now. Okay, so the local, or no, sorry, Academy does not have it.
Be right back.
I guess technically I don't need that for them. Oh yeah, man, those things make life easy. I was gonna get one of those Hornady ones. I'll probably still do it for Christmas. Like I right now I just use a Lee Perfect powder measure, which is slightly imperfect. It's it throws plus or minus a tenth, which isn't bad. I can live with it. I was originally gonna build like a little 8-inch Lazy Susan on top of the swivel base that I have my perfect powder measure on, and I was gonna buy 6 perfect powder measures and kind of line them up like a revolver cylinder on that Lazy Susan, and just put a piece of tape on the canister of each one for each loading. That way I didn't have to keep modifying the charge meter or whatever. But generally, by the time I actually need to reload a caliber, I just, it's so few and far between. Yeah, I kind of figured plus or minus. I mean, it gets close. Fortune Cookie 45 actually tried this trick where he cuts a Jack-in-the-Box straw and he fits it in that tube, so that way it's got a smoother path for the pellets to drop out and the grains to drop out. But he ended up taking it back out. He was getting an appreciable difference. But plus or minus a tenth is nothing. If I wanted to have match grade ammo, I'll just do it with the scoop. I actually first started by doing it with a scoop. I'll tell you how old school I was at one point. Before I had most of my reloading stuff, the first time I reloaded 44 Magnum, I cleaned every case by hand with Brasso and a towel and a terry cloth. And I did like 200 rounds that way. It took me a week to do it, but I cleaned them all and I hand loaded every one of them. And I did the scoop and scale. And I was like, this is for the birds. So then I got the wet tumbler. And then I got the digital scale and the perfect powder measure. Actually, no, I had the perfect powder measure. I just never used it. Like, I didn't trust it. And then I was like, fuck it, I'm going to put this together and see how it works. Never gone back since.
I had only first bought a tumbler a year ago. I haven't had one for lots and lots of years because I never really needed tumble stuff.
They do make life so much easier.
But until I started buying supposedly once fired brass, which God only knows how many times have actually really been fired, but I didn't shoot that much for one thing.
Mine? No. Mine is I'm going to answer Arctic's question. The Elite Perfect powder measure is just a simple mechanical throw.
Yes, and it is pretty damned accurate.
But I do want the auto dispenser because
It
then I can
is.
process it faster.
It's from what I can tell, it's extremely consistent too.
Yeah.
After about the first 10 rounds.
I want to stack these in the box.
I think
Put
at
the
the very
money back in the box.
I think at the very first we start running powder through it, there's a little static involved, but after it gets coated with gunpowder dust or whatever the hell it does, and after about 10
It
rounds
settles
or
down
so,
real quick.
yes, and then it's good. I always measure every 10 rounds, no matter what I'm loading, not more.
Yeah, same here.
Hand loads for accuracy on a rifle, I measure every round, and I make sure that they're all as exact as I can possibly get them.
Really?
Yes.
I don't bother. Like with my 30-30, that plus or minus a 10th thing, I can live with that.
For normal hunt rounds and stuff, I can too, but when I'm shooting for accuracy, I want exact.
Oh yeah, yeah. In that case, I do the scoop and the scale because I'm not going to make like 1,000 rounds of that. I'm only going to make like maybe 50. I can live with that.
Yeah, usually when I'm loading like that, it's 25 rounds.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, thanks for reminding me. I got to go back to the store today because I need another couple of. I need those MTM boxes. I'm all out. Like I've got a shit ton of 30-30 just sitting loose on my table right now.
You can buy batches, and I don't know if you can buy for rifle shells or not. I assume so. You can buy batches of the cardboard box with the styrofoam in them.
Oh, that's heavy.
At Midway for pretty damn cheap.
Yep.
I think pistol boxes were like $10 for 25 boxes.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I'm used to paying like $3.50 a box, which even that's reasonable.
It was really cheap.
I'm running out of colors though. Like I have so many calibers now that I'm running out of colors to use. So I'm going to different brands. Like when it came to pistol cases, I was using all MTM boxes, but then when I had my Nagant revolver, I'm like, I'm not going to have too many of these, so I bought a Plano ammo box instead.
Well, these are just white cardboard boxes with the styrofoam shell holder.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Just like you'd buy factory ammo in.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about getting some if I were getting any money, because it would sure make storage a lot simpler.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm going to have to, I'm getting to the point now where I have too many ammo boxes, so I can't put them all underneath the loading bench. So I think I'm going to clear some shelf space in my closet.
I had, at one point, started using Ziploc baggies and double bagging them just to bury them. Should ever come to that.
I don't want to get to the point where I'm like 40, or where I'm like Fortune Cookie, where I get those like 5-gallon mayonnaise jars just full of cases that are already loaded. I can't do that. Like my OCD would drive me crazy.
That's kind of where I'm at with, especially with 9mm, because I got like bags and bags of 9mm, man. I'm like, I ain't loading no more, and then I load some more.
Yo,
I wish I had more room. Hey, what's up,
Nice.
guys?
I'm here for the fracking.
We heard you got arrested in England today.
Nah, it wasn't me. That was my cousin.
Dude wielded knives in front of the Parliament building. I'm like, was it Raphael? No, he's here in Gun Channels. Was it Donatello? Maybe. Leonardo is part of Antifa.
Hey, did you delete that chat last night?
No, I privatized it because it was requested by 2 people. Actually requested that I put that private because number one, they didn't want to get judged for Freudian slips, and number two, they thought I would get in trouble with YouTube. So I was like, good idea. I think I'll just chill on this one.
Oh,
I still
did
have it.
Dan know?
I made it private. He was one, yeah.
He fucked up.
It's okay. Everybody does one. Shit was funny though.
You know, back to the reloading. When I started with the freaking Lee loader, which is that freaking one at a time thing you use a mallet to load with, no press. It is not very quick. What the hell, this place quit working again?
You're still good.
Yeah, I didn't want you to hear me take a piss, that's all.
That thing is actually quite portable, so
Dano's got one of those. Or I think his is a hand one, but yeah, it's a single.
he's got a hand press. This thing isn't even got any press whatsoever. It's just freaking kind of like a die that you run by hand with the freaking mallet.
Is that the one that you have to buy one for each individual caliber?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, I've seen those.
They're about the size of a box of dies. I mean, so you could carry a couple of calibers if you wanted fairly easily.
Oh yeah, I've seen match shooters use those.
Yeah, they'll load ammo right on the bench. If it's for a single gun, that's fine. It doesn't full length size, so
yeah,
it's all right. But if you got more than one gun of that caliber, it might suck one chamber being different from the next.
I had to stop myself yesterday because I started to process the brass that Jimmy sent me. And I was like, wait a minute, I can't do that right now because I'm doing a 454 chapter 2 that includes resizing, decapping, and tumbling and all that shit. So I'm probably going to load, he gave me 25, I think he gave me 25 rounds. I'm going to give him back 20 because that's the only box I have. You know, he sent me this big box. I'm going to send him back like a little Hornady box like I did the first time I sent him hand loads. Damn, who do I got to kill around here for soy sauce? For real.
Kikoman?
Yeah. We used to have a whole box of that shit. I can't find it anywhere. God knows I have a billion disposable chopsticks.
I actually
build
went
like a fence for Lego men or a fort.
answering Arctic out there. I actually went from the Lee loader to a Lee Challenger press probably within a couple of months because the Lee loader's really flipping slow.
I have a rock checker. I got a rock checker 4. I absolutely adore it.
And I got no gripes with the Lee stuff, and that's been 25 years.
Yeah, I do like 90% of my loading with the Lee breech lock, the little small one. Works great. But I bought the rock checker when I had to deal with a particularly stiff set of new 500 Magnum brass. And I was like, you know, this is a case of use a bigger hammer. And it works great. And it works great on rifle runs too when you have to, you know, reflow the brass on a next cartridge. So I use the rock checker whenever I can, but most of the time it's overkill. And the throw is so heavy that I get fatigued, you know, so I go back to the Lee because it's nice and light. It's like using a freaking rapier.
Yeah, the Challenger's a little heavier too. I had the little C press they got. I'll tell you what, for a pistol round, that ain't bad either. But I do use both of them side by side, so it's just for convenience. But the throw on that Challenger is 4 or 5 inches longer than the other one. I really got no bitch against Lee's stuff at all. Their scale's a little bit, a little bit difficult to use, but not too bad. The perfect powder measure is great.
If you're talking about that little armature that you could flip over on the front of the rock chucker, I don't think I've used it enough to have that problem, but it's still in there. I don't like the primer arm on the rock chucker. It's too chintzy. I love the one on the Lee, but I'm probably going to end up getting one of those bolt-on primer tools that goes on the rock chucker, where it's got that big plunger that you push in, just so I can get rid of this stupid little armature. It just seems too weak to me. It works. It's just like the armature itself has that two-piece cup and rod and spring thing, and I'm like, this is stupid. If I lost this spring, I'd be screwed. Anyway, I'm lunch channeling, so I'll probably be kind of quiet here and there. I'll try to jump in when I can.
The only problem I have with the primer tool on the Lee press, the one that actually goes into the ram of the press, is that if it gets brass stuck in it or something, it'll pop out too often. But if you keep it clean, it works just fine. I don't generally see brass issues unless it's new cases anyway.
The most shocking thing to me with 3030 was I had to work the brass before I could load it. It was brand new. Couldn't believe that shit. Like, I had to resize every one of the new brasses I got from Winchester. And even then, I crushed 2 of them, which means they were too long. So when I got the brass from Squibb, first thing I did was decap, resize, tumble, and then I used my new case trimmer, got them all to a uniform length, and wouldn't you know it, every freaking one of them came out perfect.
I'm kind of surprised that the new stuff give you much trouble.
I know. That's what I was like, really? I have to work the brass on brand new brass? All right.
I run all my new brass anyway. Mostly because I want to flare the mouth. But, you know, if you're going to start, you might as well just do it. It makes putting the setting and seating the bullets a whole lot easier if you flare or bell the mouth of the case. So
yeah, I know. People keep talking about, oh, you don't have to flare the mouths on rifle cases. I'm like, yeah, you do. I'm not using boat tail bullets most of the time, so I kind of have to.
Well, you don't have to flare the cases on pistol either, but
it's so tight that it just makes your job harder, though.
You're going to pinch shit out of your fingers every once in a while trying to set that bullet and hold it up on top of that case to get it in the damn die.
Yep. Work smarter, not harder.
I loaded a few hundred rounds that way, and I thought, boy, this is kind of stupid. You know, it doesn't take that much to go ahead and flare the silly-ass case. Especially on 9mm, because the case is fairly short. 44 ain't so bad. No, I think rifle cases, so far I always use bow tails. That's just because that's what I happened to buy. There isn't a specific reason for it.
You know what's really weird is when I resized that 30-30, I ran it all the way up the die, right? And it reset the shoulder and it pushed out the neck diameter. When I had to flare the cases, I usually just flare the very tip, right? Well, on a necked cartridge, obviously you can't do that. You have to run the die all the way through the neck, and the belling part is at the end of that stem. So as I was trying to figure out the size or how far to screw it in, I noticed that when I resized it with the sizing die, it shrunk the neck even smaller than it's supposed to be. And then when I belled it, that stem re-stretched the neck again. I'm like, why did it over shrink it in the first place? Just to have me stretch it out a second time. It's like, that's working the brass in two directions, two different times, which is not what you do with pistol brass. So I assume it's going to wear out faster because I'm having to crush it, resize it, let out, and reflare it again. It's odd. I mean, there must be a reason for it, but I don't know what it is.
I don't know, maybe just making it tighter to not have to crimp the damn thing.
I did overbell one of them. It looked hilarious. My dad walked in, he goes, "You making a trumpet or something?"
Well, I thought that I was over belling the damn things, and then I realized that I was setting 431 bullets instead of 429.
Mm-hmm.
Which just about don't want to go up into the seating die or the crimp die. But they will. And once I figured out what was going on, then it wasn't a big thing. Although I would like to get a swagger to cut them 31s down to 29. Make my life a lot simpler.
Did they send you 31s by mistake?
No, that's what they were. I just wasn't paying attention when I ordered them.
Did you slug the board to see if maybe it actually likes the 31s?
Nope.
It's a
They
practice
bid it
that I
just
tell people to do, but I don't do it myself. I need to.
They bid it just fine. I mean, there's no problem with loading it. It doesn't feel tight or anything, so the gun's acceptable.
No, I just meant the accuracy as it goes down the barrel. Because some, even though it's a 429 44 Magnum, sometimes they're machined out a little bit bigger. And if you use a 429, it technically flops around and lands in grooves as it comes out the barrel.
I haven't seen the gun so far. Has been pretty damn accurate with anything put through it.
Yeah, mine likes 430s or 429s and 430s.
And to be honest with you, I broke it before I could shoot too many rounds to really say. Because I believe I shot 14 times. I've shot 6 of the cowboy action loads with 429 coated bullets, then 6 of the 431s cowboy action loads, and then 2 of the super hot loads.
Yeah, when I load Jimmy's 454s, I'm going to give him 5 red pills and 5 blue pills. And this time, the red pills are going to be the old blue pill recipe. And the blue pill recipe is going to be the max charge this time. There's only 0.4 of a grain difference, but I figured it's a conservative recipe already. Because even at this recipe, it says that it's only going to push it out at about 1680. where a Hornady factory bullet was going 1925. So I figured, okay, yeah, they're loading them hotter than even Lyman would suggest. So his blue pills are going to be screaming because the chamber pressure is going to be about 46,000 psi.
Log on to the Hogden reloading and see what they say, because they are different.
Yeah, everyone's is a little bit different. I mean, if I really wanted to do it proper, I'll go to who makes Accurate? Is that Hogden?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they make. I think Hogden just makes Hogden, IMR, and Winchester.
Hmm.
I got to get somewhere and find out how far I can push the lead with the 296. Because all the data I got is either cowboy action loads with lead bullets or super magnum loads with, the jacketed bullets.
You're going to have to know what the hardness of the bullets you're getting are.
I can probably figure that out pretty quick.
If they're like linotype bullets, you can push them hard, really hard. But if they're like Brunel 15 or 16 or something, you're just going to have one gigantic smear of lead down the rifling.
Well, each of the plated and the 431s both say they'll take 1,500 feet per second velocity, so
that's reasonable.
But any loading I got for them, it puts it down there around under 1,000.
That's like 45 Colt territory. Yeah, you got a long way to go. Yeah, imagine my surprise the first time I sat down and actually looked at the numbers of 45 Colt. I'm like, this is weak.
Arctic is saying Western Powders makes Accurate. I've looked on a few various loading blogs, and there is some data out there, but I don't know how much I trust it for loading lead bullets hot. And after my past experience, I'm a little reluctant to experiment on my own without some information.
I got to head out for a few minutes. I'll be back later.
Take it easy, Rick.
Man. Now FedEx is using fucking call centers in Costa Rica. Lucky me. By the way, if you've never been, Costa Rica is a beautiful country. You can live like a multi-billionaire with like $10 million. You could buy just about anything you want for the rest of your life over there. Gorgeous country. Recommend going if you ever go on vacation down that way.
Hang on, I'm taking care of some legislative business.
I'm taking care of some lunch.
I could go for some lunch, but there ain't diddly shit here without cooking, and I ain't gonna do that. That shit, that's taking too long to do later.
So I have an odd topic I'd like to talk about. Many of you know I used to own 2 schnauzers. I lost one back in January. My dad didn't tell me that he put my dog down until 4 hours after the fact. I was pretty upset. It's been a couple of months, and I'm kind of ready for another pet, right? So they don't want me to get another dog because my dad can't stomach losing another animal. You know, his dog's still alive, but he's the one with the eye problem. But I've rediscovered something that I've always wanted. And I have to write the governor of my state for permission to own it, which is really irritating. I found this woman, she lives in Indiana, and she raises and breeds like 20 different varieties of fox. Just wanted to own an Arctic fox. And she's asking, I think, $550 for adoption. Unfortunately, in Texas, it's not legal unless you have a commercial license for the fur, which I think is asinine because there's a woman in my county who owns 2 tigers and a lion and a monkey. And I'm like, I can't have a fox. It's practically a dog. So I'm going to write my governor and see if I can get him to grant me permission to own a fox, or maybe have an outdated law knocked off the books, because I think it's kind of stupid. Like, you can feed them dog food as long as it's not beef based, and your vet can service the animal just like a canine, more or less. Every time I say they can service the animal, I think it's getting an oil change. But
I gotta step out. I gotta go reset my friggin' monitor thingy again.
alrighty, see you in a bit. Oh yeah, I should remember to take my pills. That would be a good idea. I think I've showed you guys this before, but this, well, you can't see it. This tiny little pill is what keeps my heart from going crazy. It's 2.5 grams. It's tiny shit. Milligrams, sorry. It's freaking tiny. So anyway, yeah, so the dipstick on an animal is, I guess, when they stick the thermometer up its butt. I don't know. I'm looking to adopt an Arctic fox. I want one. I'm kind of, as weird as this is for me to say, I'm sort of schnauzed out. And the only reason I'm saying that is because The breed has too many possible defects. As much as I love them, it's just, there's too many genetic issues that they can go through, and every single one of them is expensive. Like my first one, I lost him back in 2008, and he was 2 weeks shy of his 15th birthday, so he had a really long life, but he had a skin condition that flared up all the time and made him miserable, and he had ear infections pretty often, and what else? Oh, he had cancer, like everywhere. By the time I put him down I did it myself. Like, I wouldn't let the doctor do it, so I did it. I gave him the pink stuff. I wouldn't let anybody else touch him. The one I just recently lost this year, he had vestibular disease, which is, they call it old dog's disease. He had Cushing's disease, which is, that one affects their balance. And then he had I think it was kidney failure toward the end, and he had an arthritic back, and he was deaf. He went deaf like 4 years earlier. He was a white schnauzer. The white ones are the genetic recessive of both parent dogs, so everything that could go wrong with the schnauzer will typically go wrong with the white ones. But I had to have white ones. And then my other one's a white one, and he's got diabetes. I call it dogabetes. And now he's got cataracts from diabetes. So other than that, he's pretty hyper and active and still real, energetic for 8 years old. The thing about owning a fox that might cost me a little extra, grooming. Because I would pretty much raise him like an indoor dog, so he would basically be like a seeing eye dog for my other schnauzer, or for my dad's schnauzer. But they get along with dogs, so I'm not worried about them fighting. And they said that you have to like keep cords away from them because they'll tend to want to chew it. But that's like with any animal. So I think if I raise it right, I don't have to worry about its genetic habits like chewing on things, because they're just like dogs. They're pretty much a dog. And he weighs about the same as my schnauzer does, so, or it would weigh as much as my schnauzer does. Oh yeah, it's like $5.50 plus I have to ship it, or I can drive up to Indiana and pick it up, which I would love to do. Oh, vet fees? I talked to my vet, and she said that pretty much all the standard canine things apply. Still has to get rabies shots, still goes for annual checkups and everything. She said she could service him, so I'm not worried about that. Maybe exotic animal fee, maybe. She didn't mention anything like that, though. I don't know. If I get an Arctic one, I'm going to be stupid and call it Nine Tails. But I'll give it a real name. If I had a red one, I'd call it Vulpix, just to piss people off. I want a white one. They're gorgeous.
Whatever, man. I don't care.
Oh, you're back. No, I was talking about adopting a fox instead of getting another dog.
Yeah, I heard most of that.
Plus, chicks would dig it.
There is that.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I could have had a dog, but I've got an Arctic fox. Look at this silky smooth tail. To go along with my silky smooth voice.
I don't, if you properly care for the animal and it's happy, that's great, man. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm down, man. I wanted a pig. What is it? Vietnamese pygmy pig, like May has from Sea and Arsenal. I'd love to have one of those.
I looked at some bits and see bacon, ham.
See, that's the thing. I would have this awkward disposition towards him because I would be like, "Oh, it's my pet."
It's also a sandwich waiting for a bun.
I don't know. If I got the pig, I would name it Orson. The same pig from Garfield and Friends, the cartoon when I was growing up. Yeah, they're smarter than dogs and they're cleaner than cats. So. But they hate being picked up. Like, they don't like not being on their feet. They go crazy. Exactly. Who's going to say no? You know, what girl's going to say no? Hey, you want to come back to my place and check out my fox? She'll be like, you have a fox? Yeah, I got a fox. I got a BMW too.
They're going to run because they're going to think fox means something entirely different than a white, silky animal.
Yeah. Like, would you like to come home and see my Arctic fox? Oh, yeah. Harambe with a drop leg holster and a shockwave? Fuck yeah. No, I couldn't have a pet gorilla. I'd want to take him everywhere. Like, I would put him in the passenger seat and drive on the HOV lanes of the highways and shit. I can't have a gorilla. As cool as that would be, I can't have a gorilla. Manatees, however, I want like a whole swimming pool full of manatees.
Some animals really ain't meant to be pets, and I believe gorillas would fall into that category.
I would agree with you. But I would do my part of conservation. I would have like a swimming pool full of manatees. I'd be like, hey, you can come over to my house and ride my manatee. Wait, maybe I should show you a picture of them before I say that to you.
So that's going to have the same connotation as fox.
Come check out my fox. Ride my manatee.
Ride my manatee, stroke my Arctic fox. Hey.
Yeah. Why do you have a pool full of manatees? Because they're endangered and I'm trying to rescue them. Look how fat and healthy they are. I call this one Rosie. This one's Oprah. This one's John Panette. This one's Gabriel Iglesias. He's fluffy.
And that dead looking one over there is Nancy.
Gun Channels exotic pets.
Other than fish, I have never really had any interest in having any kind of pet critter except a dog.
I can't do fish, man. The maintenance is too high. Like, even
Right.
I helped my friend build a 450-gallon saltwater setup with an active filter. And yes, that is less maintenance than having to clean freshwater tanks all the time, but you still have to clean a saltwater tank every once in a while. No matter how much shrimp and snails and active filters you use, you still have to clean it every once in a while. And when you got fucking like a lemon shark or something in your tank, you don't want to have to drain it and stress it. So
Right, yeah, that was the deal right there, because I had some exotic freshwater stuff, and man, you'd have to clean that fucking tank about every 2 weeks at the latest, and it was god awful to do.
Yeah, not to mention it stresses the fish every time you do it. Like, I had a friend with a really cool setup though. He had a 400-gallon freshwater tank, and he only kept enough fish in it to where when he had to clean the tank, he opened a valve on one side of the tank, and he would like coax the fish to go through this little tube, and then they would swim into a 200-gallon reserve tank. Then he would close the valve and then clean the tank, let them back in. So he would clean one while the other one was being, a reserve, and then he would put them back in the main tank and clean the reserve on an interval when he had to do that one. That was really cool. He said that was a really expensive setup because he had to get that tube that goes in between with the valve. And they had a really hard time trying to engineer that. It was pretty neat.
Ideally, what you would do is 2 tanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did. It was 2 tanks with a tube in the middle.
Right. Just separate bastards and clean 1 tank.
Yep. But I mean, that's somebody who's really committed to, aquariums. Like that's his thing. I'm like, all right, I can see why you did that.
I don't know about saltwater, but freshwater tanks can fucking stink.
Oh yeah.
I mean, even if you take care of them.
They can all stink. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? All right.
Just get up.
All right. I'm good.
Hey,
What's up? How y'all doing today?
What's going on?
Without, same as any other day.
Oh, good. I'm fucking getting my blurry eyes from looking at the computer trying to find a freaking apartment.
Don't they have that service with Jeff Goldblum in the commercial or whatever?
Yeah, but I'm a cheap bastard. I'm gonna pay somebody to go find me a place to live.
No, it's like the Yellow Pages. I think you just pick one and put in the criteria. I don't know. I haven't used it, but I would.
Oh, okay. This is what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm using Craigslist and Apartments Guide and Apartment Finder and all that stuff because it's all free and it's online. I put in what I'm looking for, and it pops up. And I check that area against crime stat map for the Mesa, Arizona area.
Oh, you're going to Mesa?
Yeah. I thought you were in the know. I thought everybody knew by now.
I knew you were moving to Arizona. I just didn't know where in Arizona.
Yeah, I'm going to be not too far from Jimmy.
Nice. Jimmy might be a roommate of yours soon.
What?
From what I hear.
What? What's going down now? Tony, fill me in.
Well, the reason he didn't do the show yesterday was because him and his old lady got into it, so he was at his friend's house last night. And I was like, ooh. Like, don't worry, I got the show covered today then. But, I don't know. Things have a way of working themselves out.
Yeah, they do.
I've been telling you for several months she likes me better.
Things will work out because, or things should work out for me when I find a 444 XLR. That'd be cool.
See, it's that type of thinking that's got Jimmy in the doghouse.
Well, see, I don't have to answer to anybody for my purchases, so.
Well, he really shouldn't have to either because he hasn't been spending money. He's been trading, but
this is true.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're going to be right off I-10. That's cool.
Maybe not right off I-10.
Yeah, more ish, but 60-ish, I guess. Oh yeah, he's just east of you then. That's not bad.
Yep.
I wonder how far is where he is to say downtown Phoenix. We're talking like
45 minutes.
Okay, so about maybe 30-ish miles or so. He could go to like Phoenix Suns game.
Somewhere in there. Yeah, if he wanted to, but why the hell would he want to?
I don't know. Yeah, they're not that great this year, but
yeah, your Spurs better hold on, dude. You better hope my Grizzlies don't fucking win tonight.
shit. I'm not a Spurs fan. My Rockets already went into the second round. Woo-hoo. We're gonna lose to the Spurs in the second round, but I like the Grizzlies during the Lionel Hollins grindhouse era.
The Grizzlies are still good, dude. I mean,
They're all right.
They're down a game right now. It's 3-2, but they play tonight. So
it'll be exciting for sure. It's a home game for them too, I think, tonight, right?
Yep, it is. Yeah. So if they win there, they got to come back to San Antonio and actually win there to win.
Yeah.
But San Antonio and Houston are always being our fucking Bugaboo team.
That's the thing. Everybody in Houston says the same thing. They're like, we always have a hard time with Memphis because they're a tough team. Like our two toughest teams are Memphis and Portland. We go into Golden State thinking we're not going to win it anyway. So
we'll see.
Yeah, I'm gonna haul ass home for that one because that's going to be an East Coast time, right? So that's going to be an early game.
Yep, my hockey team is in the playoffs too. The Predators are in the second round facing the Blues.
Sweet.
Another one of our Bugaboo teams.
Heavy's yesterday's pomade is mentioning a saw you should check out in the chat.
Mm-hmm. This one talks a lot. I named it Night Strike. Oh wow, Heavy one's wearing those too.
Oh, he said Mesa and Gilbert. God damn, I thought he said I've been looking at Melissa Gilbert and I'm thinking, what the fuck for? That's what I get for just glancing.
I have to find another DVD to test these with. I'm getting tired of looking at Madagascar. I don't want to watch Good Will Hunting. Star Trek is on Blu-ray. Guess I don't have a choice.
I got a couple Star Treks on Blu-ray here.
Yeah, like when people return certain machines or certain drives that I sell or whatever, sometimes they leave discs in them. So I've got like movies and cartoons and all sorts of shit. Yeah, they don't even know that they left them in there when I get them back. So I'm not going to pay to send it back because they fucked up, sending it to me in the first place. That's how I got a copy of Frozen. Like I didn't watch that until last Sunday. And I finally watched it.
I don't think I've ever watched it entirely.
I just wanted to know what all the hype was about. And I watched it and I'm like,
the damn
I guess
song?
it was okay. I guess.
I've heard that song 10 billion times, but I ain't never watched the show, but I got a granddaughter, so I've heard it.
I should do those in between these. But...
God, I fucking miss my Ruger for crying out loud. Please hurry them up and get it back here.
All right. See, I planted that seed in your brain. Now you're like, God damn it, now I want to come back. You should have called and told him you're the Yankee Marshal. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. We'll get that right back to you.
Here, we'll send you a loaner while you wait.
Yeah, here's an 8-shot 357 version, too, with our apologies and our compliments. Yeah, that'll be a nice change of pace. I'm going to do returns for a little while. It is Thursday after all. I told people I'd do some of them on Thursday. QC work is great though because it's like simple.
I'll say one thing though, if they stand behind this, if I get to buy another single action or two cowboy action shooting stuff, they will be Ruger Blackhawks.
You'll have to leave them a good review or an endorsement. Be like, these guys really took care of me.
Oh, I got no kick against my Black Hawk. I mean, it wasn't the gun's fault.
No, I just meant the company. It'd have been like, great review, had a great time. These guys were really awesome. They took care of me. I want to know why this came back and who it belonged to. Came from Georgia. Yeah, I wonder if Smeggy's going to go visit Moss, even though it's a little bit of a ways away. Like if DB will take him over there or something. Like, hey, if you really want to check it out in this rough neighborhood.
Where the hell's the NRA show at?
Atlanta.
Christ, Moss is in Atlanta.
I think they said Moss was in Jonesboro, which is not the friendliest area of town.
No, I drove through Atlanta a couple of times and did not like it at all.
I don't know. I'm one of those people who have to go see it because, like, DB made a really good point. A lot of people judge a city based on the one time they've been there, which could have been a long time ago. Like, I knew a guy that was still thinking that the Astros were playing in the Astrodome. I'm like, oh no, dude! Like, that place has been condemned for like 20 years.
Now that's where they stick people to corral them when there's a flood.
They did actually one time.
I know it.
This is really weird.
I thought that was cool. They put them in their nice stadium, and then come find out it's the condemned one.
I'm going to have to wait for the call on this one. Usually I leave a receipt in the box and there isn't one.
Just remember, leave your freaking liberal ass views at home. You don't need that shit in Arizona.
Yeah, look what they did to my Austin.
And just what liberal views do you think we have?
I don't know what liberal views you have. I'm just saying. People tend to move out of one area into another and then try to make the area that they moved to just like the one they left.
Yeah, no, which is stupid. I always wondered, what the fuck? It's like, why would you want to move someplace because you're sick of where you were at and then make that new place where you're at like where you were at?
Because people are fucking idiots.
Yeah, well, creatures of habit.
Oh, you just reminded me I have to pay my phone bill today.
What the hell? Mine ain't due for a couple of days yet.
I got to pay my electric bill today.
Mine ain't due for a couple of days yet. They're doing roughly the same day. My phone bill's the first and the electric bill's the second.
This is your current balance, which is due today. Oh, great. Should I screen share this?
Why not? I can't see it anyway.
Boom. Payment complete. Stupid day for my new billing date. Like, I know you have to pinch pennies towards the end of the month since you only get paid once a month, but here, we're going to throw this bill in there just before the weekend before you get payday. Just to make you sweat a little bit extra. Thanks.
See, you're being way too nice about it. It's more like Goodfellas. Fuck you, pay me.
Right. They're looking at you like, do I look funny to you? Is that funny to you, huh?
here it's like we know your wife makes X amount of money per payday, so we're gonna have all your bills due at the same goddamn time.
Right.
You know, you can contact your utilities and set it up to where you
Change the date.
change the date to where it's more convenient for you. That way you don't have this issue.
Yeah. Like, I'd like to change my billing date. Sure. When would you like to have it changed to? Oh, sometime around 2099. That would be convenient for me. That would work for me.
I could actually do that now if I want to go through my doctor. Because I have this box that has to be plugged in. So they actually cannot cut off my electricity if I don't pay the bill, as long as my doctor says I have to have it. The wife brought that up the other night, and I said, look, well, it sounds good. You know, in the event of my death, they're going to want all that money. And it's going to be laid in your lap to try to pay it. So if we can pay
Just
the bill,
reprogram a Furby to play back the sound of your maniacal laughter. And the first time someone else has to foot your bill, they just send that Furby to that company.
No, they don't send the Furby. Just get on the phone and say, have it recorded. And have somebody just push the button.
I don't do maniacal laughter.
What? Have you not heard yourself sometimes?
Oh, yeah.
See? Get out of my head, John.
Yep. I could just imagine a Furby with that playing in the background.
Chocolate!
I could go over some of that right now. I don't feel like walking over to the kitchen to get it. Instead, I'm going to have this. I'll show you. If you want to punish, a kid, give him one of these. This is ginger candy, and it is like putting a ghost chili pepper in your mouth. It cleans your sinuses out quick.
I actually love ginger.
I do too. My boss's wife brings this to me when I have bad allergy days. It clears up my congestion in my throat. It's good shit. It hurts though. Good God, this one hurts. This is like the hottest one they make.
Done. Electric
Found
bill
it?
paid. No, not yet. I'm waiting on some responses. I sent out some stuff. It's a work day, so I'm assuming most people are at work. So probably around lunchtime, which is what it is right now, or
All the leasing office girls are eating Subway with avocado.
yeah, pretty much. Or I think the new trendy thing would be Firehouse, or which are not bad subs, by the way, or Jimmy Jones.
Like the Big Wreck or the Vito. I think it's the Vito at Jimmy Jones. That's a good one. The Big Wreck is from a place called Potbelly. That's pretty good too. This is
When you moving, Heavy?
Beginning of June.
You know, at the hottest time of year.
That's why I asked the question, because I seen it in chat and I just.
Hey, Heavy.
Oh, okay, good. I was muted. I just sneezed the shit out of myself. You were asking, I just started sneezing.
Hey, Heavy.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yo, man, you want to break up that Heavy B and Mr. Nice Foundation?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, wait. No, I'm not. I actually, okay, next to my mute button on my headphones, there is the mute button for me where it mutes out the sound. So I was talking and couldn't hear any responses. When I sneezed, I must have pushed it.
Yep.
What's up, Dives?
Yeah, you want to break up that Heavy B and Mr. Nice Foundation?
No, I don't want to break it up. You need to move with me.
Oh, there's your way out of California. Take it while you can.
Hey, where's DB with that fracky?
He'll be here in about an hour.
So what is this whole conversation with DB and Flippy? Where I see Flippy out there, he's dormant.
We can't bring that back up because then I'll have to privatize another video.
Well, you need to send me a link to that video so I can listen to it because I'm interested. I'm curious on what was being said.
Link to it, will it play for you even though I marked it private?
Yeah, because you give me the link.
Huh. Okay. I didn't know that. Let me pull it up. I'll give it to you.
Knives, are you reading the chat?
I got your bag, Knives. Fuck you, Angry.
It's not as good unless Knives does it.
Yeah.
Just trying to help the guy out.
Yeah, I know. Good looking out, Tony.
Just in case he's AFK.
He might be because he's not talking.
And he
Generally,
may have mute button issues too.
That's a good possibility as well.
Fuck you, Angry.
There you go.
There you go. Now I formally retract my fuck you, Angry.
Yeah, thanks, Tony, for having my bag.
No problem.
So Knives, you got to move, dude. You got to move. I need a roommate. You need to come with me. That way we can get a better place, a better neighborhood. Knives says, or Angry says, thank you.
That's my job.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
for you. It's this one.
Yesterday was a wild chat, though.
It was like the last, hour and a half? Something like that. How did my box cutter go? I just had it and it vanished.
Not available.
Yeah, it is not available. You actually have to
unprivatize
make it. Well, you got 3 different levels. You got private, you got public, and then you got somewhere in between. I forget the term for it. You want to be on the one in between, so then you can just send people that you want to see it, the link, and then they can see it.
That. Edit this one. Oh, unlisted.
That's the one. Yeah.
Okay.
All you have to do is mark it unlisted, and the link you gave me should work. So.
Okay. I think it's already done, so you might be able to do it now.
Yep, it's there. I got it now.
This shit was funny. Like really funny. Oh, there. Way over here.
All right.
Yesterday's chat was
All right.
Well, guys, I'm bailing out of here. I may bob back in after 4 or so.
Alrighty. We will see you later.
Be good, guys.
Shit.
Best chat in the world.
If I have to, so.
It was a pretty good one.
We haven't had a chat like that in a while. It just takes Flippy.
He is definitely
Accelerant.
a lively spirit to have amongst the conversation.
He's what I would call
Yeah.
an accelerant to a brush fire.
Yeah, and then you put a fucking DB up in there and shit.
It was off the hook. Off the chain.
Then Dan will fuck it up.
Well, you know. So would you say it was off the his hook?
It clears that dry spell we had for like a few months.
And then, unfortunately, somebody decided to make it private so people couldn't watch it.
It was by
Yeah,
request.
it was that bad.
Like, dude, you're not like. Are you monetized?
Yes.
Well, just demonetize that video. If you demonetize it, they're not going to fucking give you any kind of strikes or anything like that.
Oh.
Because if you're demonetized, their freaking algorithms aren't going to freaking search through your stuff.
Right. They won't pick up on their own.
And if
No,
it's
it's not that.
demonetized, also, if it's demonetized, it's not going to be out there in the search. It's not going to pop up. When you demonetize shit, it makes it almost, you actually have to go to the channel to be able to find that video.
Got
It's not that. Somebody got Tourette's for like a few seconds.
it.
So what?
Not Tourette's.
I know.
Bob.
I said, so what? So they fucking started spewing off at the mouth. Whatever. I mean, unless they were saying extremely, like perverted, perverse, hateful things.
Hateful things.
Because it's not monetized, nobody's going to know where it's at to see it.
So that was a good chat, though.
You won't get hit by algorithms because there's no money involved in it. See, that's the thing with YouTube. If you're monetized, then they have to worry about their ads running on your account. And then they got all the powers above them going, hey, you're putting our ads on fucking shit that we think is bad. But if there's no money, it's not going to pop up. It'll never pop up in trending unless you're subscribed to the channel. So, i.e. Sean's channel, you're not going to find it. Because it's like, to get to the point, you're over 3.5, almost 4 hours into it. And the title of it doesn't say anything. It's just Good Morning Gun Channels. So, I mean, there's no algorithm that's going to pick up on that. So unless they're actually a member of Gun Channels or a subscriber to, actually, no, just a subscriber to Sean's channel, they're not going to be able to find the video. So, just saying.
I'm just saying, that was the best chat in a long time.
Yeah, and this is why, it should be, just demonetize it, dude, and put it up. Don't even stress on it, Sean. Fucking Dano is a great guy, but, I mean, he's looking at it from, like, a monetization point. It's like, you hear Matt bitch about it all the time. They demonetize my videos, and now nobody can even find them. So, I mean, just saying, throwing it out there.
Nah, because Sean's gonna run for president, that's why.
Sean, are you really going to run for president? Honestly. Seriously. Well, he said he is interested in running for public office, so. Yeah, you might want to keep it. You know what? When you run for office, then go ahead. Like before you run for office, then make it freaking private.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to shut down my YouTube channel when I run for president. God damn it.
Or just make it private, so like only certain people or only you can see it, and that way you can only share it with the information with people. So actually when it's private, it's just yours. Nobody else can see it except for people with access to your YouTube channel. So but yeah, I mean, shit, don't worry about it, dude. Fucking put it up there. I mean, hell, you saw how the liberals got all crazy over Trump said he grabs them by the pussy, and that didn't seem to really affect his fucking voter, his ability to get voted into office. So just saying. But I have it queued up, so when I leave this, I will be able to listen to it.
Oh yeah, do not drive.
Do not drive what?
Do not be driving while listening to that.
No, don't worry about it. It'll be at home.
Yo, my stomach hurt like it felt like I just did half a sit-up, dude.
Dude, you do a half a sit-up every time you stand up. You do half a sit-up when you take a shit.
Not that many.
Yeah, Dana was on the warpath last night, man. Whew. Started in the day chat, carried over to the Canadian chat. No, Bob, you don't have rights. I was like, whoa. You don't get the same rights, you Canadian. What?
Ingrid says you're running against Smeggy.
I am. we had a really great idea. You see, what we're gonna do is Smeggy and I are both gonna run in 2020. He's gonna run on the Democrat side. I'm gonna run on the Republican side, but I'm gonna rename the Republican Party the America First Party. See, my platform is gonna be America First isn't just an idea, it's an entire platform. But when I win my side and he wins his side, and we're the only two runners for the president of the United States, that's when the nominees name their vice president. So when they ask me who's going to be my vice president, I'm going to say it's Smiggy. And when they ask Smiggy who's his vice president, he's going to say it's me. So that means either way, one of us is going to win.
Or you're both going to win.
Exactly.
Well, good luck. Good luck to you guys.
And the fact that both of us wins means America wins.
I just think it's more like going to be 2040.
Yeah. Got to be 2020, man.
Well, you got to get in the office, man.
I know.
People need to start getting in the public eye. Start campaigning now.
Oh, yeah. It can't be General Mattis, as cool as it would be to have Mad Dog 2020 on the ballot. That would be awesome.
General Mattis be like, all right, everybody, stomp these motherfuckers.
Right. Moabs for everyone.
You get a Moab, you get a Moab, you get a Moab. You get 2 Moabs. You don't get none, Hillary.
You know somebody's actually going to do that. They're going to say Mad Dog 2020 for president. Or, President Mad Dog 2020.
Somebody's going to throw it out there. The next Moab free. Billy Mays here for the Moab.
If you don't act right now, you get the second Moab free.
Sheriff Heavy B of Maricopa County.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Sheriff David Clark is the head of Homeland Security. I can't believe he didn't get that job. What the hell? Should have been a shoo-in for that shit.
I already made Don Lemon look like a bitch.
Yeah. It's not hard to do, though.
Hey, I got an AR-15 that shoots full automatic. Dumbass. Somebody should have slapped the shit out of him.
Well, Flippy disappeared. Bastard. Oh, wait, hold on. No, he didn't. He's still just dormant.
He's been like that for a while.
I should text his ass. Get in the fucking chat, dude.
Probably Bible time.
Well, he does have a business to run as well, so.
Building badass ARs, yeah. I'd say that's a pretty good gig. Is his
Yo, that short barrel rifle you built there, I like that shit.
is his how do I put this? Is his legal stuff done and over with already? Like he was gone for a while. I figured that's what he was taking care of.
Hold on, I gotta go get something. Shit, they're yelling at me.
Something is eating my battery up a lot today. I don't know what the deal is. Like I did it all 6 or 7 hours yesterday, and I only lost like 20%. Now I'm already down to 57. Nothing's running in the background either. Kind of weird.
Damn, dude, you don't have very good voting strength even here in GC. Yeah, you're saying you and Smeggy'd have to run against Haffer and Best in 2020. And then Pomade and Angry are both saying they'd probably have to lean that way.
Damn. Traitors. You'll be the first into the FEMA camps.
Yeah, that's a good way to get votes.
Yeah.
Don't yell at me. I got feelings.
Vote for camp. It's like, you know, since Smeggy's last name sounds a bit Russian, we can blame Russian hacking, and then I can run a counter campaign and be like, vote or camp, your choice. Oh, hell yeah, Black Rifle coffee for everybody. Blackbeard's brew for everybody.
Fuck California. Build the wall in California.
I ain't building no wall. Not in California. I'm gonna let them secede. Like, y'all want to secede? You go right ahead. The day you do, I declare war on California, and that'll be the shortest war in history. Mad Dog, drop the Moab.
Nah, California could never succeed.
Hey, watch out.
Green light, man. Like, you want to go?
Oh no, it's really simple, dude. Okay, all the military bases would be like, all right, cool, we're an independent nation, so you can have the land around us. And then they'd be like, yeah, we're free. We're county state of California, the People's Republic of California officially. And then all of a sudden, they would be like, oh, fuck, we got no money. Oh, can you take us back, please? Can you?
Exactly. Shortest war in history.
There wouldn't have to be a shot fired. Say, oh, you know, since you're not part of us anymore, bye-bye money.
Yeah.
California would be like, oh, fuck.
Here's your federal highway bill. Oh, no.
This is what we're gonna do.
So here's the deal. Come on, now, go to the program.
Oh, my bad.
Here's the deal.
I just got hit in my head there. Go ahead. Sean.
Oh, I was just warming it up for you, man. I was giving you the intro so you can say what you had to say.
No, I just got hit in the head earlier, so my fucking head is hurting.
How'd you piss off your mom today?
Don't ask. She's a nice lady. Nah, I couldn't see that well. It was kind of dark, so I ended up hitting the fucking door.
So here's the deal. Mr. Knives is constantly being abused by his mother. What we here at Abuse Share is going to do is we're going to pool some money together so we can hire his mom, someone even bigger and meaner, to beat him even harder. Because we care here at Beating Share. Fuck you, Pottery.
Fuck you, Ponry.
See, you should have did it yourself. Damn it. Dealing with giblet heads at work.
Where's DB with the donkey?
This dude, these people keep returning me shit without any paperwork. And it's like, do you assume I'm a fucking psychic? How do I know what this is for? Maybe you sent it to me as an early Christmas present. Fucking jerk-offs. My customer service goes right out the window when you don't do your part. Fucking jerk-offs. So this goes into the black hole of returns that I like to call orphan packages. I might have to wait for the call.
Hey, Sean, you got 107 views on that video.
I know. It was pretty busy.
That's 7 thumbs up.
Yeah, that was a pretty good day. I got a couple of subscriptions that yesterday too. Thank you. Thank you. Oh wait, I gotta look that up. Oh, they're talking about coffee presses. I thought they were talking about reloading presses for a second. Thought I was getting sprayed with nerd reloading musk. Like, hey, this is my kind of topic.
So here's the deal. We can give DB Cooper a donkey and a super sucker.
The heck is that?
That's my brother.
So here's the deal. DB Cooper wants to go and meet Antifa head on. He needs a donkey, a camel pack full of Taco Bell squirty meat, and a gray wire pump. He wants to make that motherfucker smell like a taqueria at 2 a.m. on half off Tecate night. We hear it. Anti-protest, anti-Antifa share. Want to help him out. Damn, that's a big box for one little thing. Jesus. All right. The bane of my existence is in this box, packing peanuts.
I thought they don't use packing peanuts no more.
Like, I'm looking inside the box. When I was a little kid and I saw packing peanuts, I was like, why does everybody use the first letter of my name? My dad's like, you're not that special, boy. Thanks, dude. It's like bad Christmas right here. Man, I got a return last week that pissed me off. It was like instant triggered. Some dude left a half-eaten sandwich in the box. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Your shit went straight to the garbage.
Was it good?
Nah, dude, it was a half-eaten, fucking mummified Subway.
Subway.
It was gross. You fucking asshole. Be funny if he actually calls me and be like, "Oh, you're that asshole who left a half-eaten sandwich in the box." Oh, that's where I dropped it.
I was looking for that.
Yeah. Be like, "You don't know, man. You don't know how hungry I was the rest of the day after losing my sandwich. My sandwich." We here at Sandwich Share want to help like-minded, hungry Christians out there. And through your generous donations and the Word of God, we'll get him another Subway. I knew it. It works fine. Guess I can run it for a little while. Bad feeling that was going to happen. This. This'll work. Coming up with creative solutions.
Hey, Padre.
Hmm?
Canadian NSA.
Oh yeah. Hashtag Canadian NSEH. NSE? Bobby Jackson's revenge. One Molson Ice at a time. Spit them out. It would appear this is it.
That'd be sick if instead of that sandwich, they'll give you a bottle of Peppy Van Winkle.
I got my dad a bottle of that for Christmas this year. Like, you have to be selected in a lottery for that because it's such limited production. And then even if you get one, you still have to fork over close to $500 for it. But I got him one of those for Christmas. He didn't understand what that was until I told him, which is weird because he knows good drinks, but he never heard of that one.
Did you like it?
Oh yeah, yeah. He was like, "Holy shit, that was like nectar of the gods," and I'm like, "Good, glad you enjoyed it." He's like, "You should have a glass." I'm like, "Nope." I said, "It wouldn't be a gift if I took some of it." So, besides, I have an 81 year. I think. Let me do the math. 72-year-old bottle of Johnny Walker Excelsior. So, if I really wanted something awesome, I just cracked that open. That's where my sandwich went. You bastard. They could have left a Jimmy John's instead of a Subway. Nah, you know what I do usually with my old man is I usually buy a bottle of Blue Label and we split that. I've spoiled him on scotch. Like he used to talk about Black Label all the time. And I'm like, really? I'm like, come on, man, that's basic. He's like, that's good hooch. And I'm like, really? You should try this. Merry Christmas. And he opens the box and he's like, blue? I'm like, yeah. He's like, what's this certificate in here? I'm like, to prove that it's real. He's like, this must have cost a lot. I'm like, yeah, when I was 16, it was a lot. Now that I'm 38, it's just something a person of good taste would give as a gift. And he goes, oh. So, a couple of rock glasses later, and we're in good shape. My clueless mom doesn't understand what's going on.
The dragon lady?
Yeah. Oh, I told you guys that story. Yeah, the dragon lady. She is world renowned. My friends for 36 years. 30. Well, I'm 38. But the first guy the first friend I made, I was like 3 years old. So 35 years. Even he knows her as the dragon lady, which I think is hilarious. She hates that.
Yeah, they sold that Pontiac.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, the Tempest? The black one?
Yeah, they sold it today.
Damn. Oh. Oh, wait, that's ammo. That's not a bad idea, though. Let me take a look. Damn, that's a good deal. Thanks. I'm going to get a couple of these. Appreciate it. Yeah, I paid like close to $60 for the 4570. Same stuff. I probably got ripped off a little bit, but I was in a hurry, so I didn't care. Yeah, I need to get that. Hell yeah. I don't know when I'm going to be able to get the XLR, but I do want it. About the car knives, it's not a big deal, man. It's like,
Yeah, I know, man. You know.
I'm kind of fatalistic when it comes to vehicles. I'm like, if you didn't get it, it wasn't meant to be. It sucks, but you know, there'll be others.
But it looks so cool.
It did. I liked it. I like the aftermarket gauges that were in it and shit. It was good stuff.
Except for the stupid steering wheel.
I'm okay with that. It's a basic, Grant racing wheel type thing. It wouldn't have been my first choice, but I mean,
I put the OG steering wheel on it.
You can get a fucking steering wheel that looks like a chain, really?
No.
Or are you talking about the 3-spoke?
Yeah, I'm just get the original.
I ain't gonna lie.
Get a T56 Magnum.
I ain't even gonna lie. I used to want a chain steering wheel, not the really small one, like a full size one.
Yeah, who does it?
I used to want one. I was like, they're kind of cool. Not a gold one though, just a chrome one. I wouldn't want to hit it in an accident though.
Don't want to leave that shit in the hot ass sun though.
Right. I drove a Jag once that had this big acrylic missile tip of a horn button. Well, it wasn't a horn button. It was just in the middle of the wheel on the hub. It was shaped like a missile, like a perfect cone. And I thought, man, if I was ever in a head-on collision, that would go right through my chest and kill me. Serious business. Shit, I can't reach that far. Stretch. New egg returns. Now, if you want something really old school, man, find yourself a DeSoto. Those were cool cars.
Get a pickup. Just get a pickup.
Yeah, and a personalized license plate that says Naranja, right?
No, just get Just get a pickup.
Well, yeah,
Because
an
pickups are
old
cool.
Ford F1. That'd be cool. I had a friend with like a, I think it was a 56 Ford F, what was it? I think they were called F1s back then. It's got the 292 V8. He loves it. I was jealous as fuck when he showed it to me. Man, you got two of those? Or you got one of those? Oh, it might be that one. Yeah, it is that one.
Fucking DB yesterday. I'm not a binary gender.
Here you go, Knives. This is just for you. That's what you had to look for. Oh, I'll share it with everyone else too.
I think got the Continental kit.
That's a Crown Victoria. I thought they were called the Sunliner, but it's not. It's got the glass top, the dark green glass top. Freaking badass.
Yo, some cars can put off the Continental kit, some cars can't.
Yeah, it really depends on how you install it and how far you have to make the back bumper stick out. Like, it looks goofy on some Galaxies. Gotta go get the nail. Here, back.
Freaking yesterday's pomade saying just get an El Camino, best of both worlds, both pickup, both parts pickup, part sports car. All
Yeah, but
style.
I'll be like the Chevy version of fucking Bob.
No, El Caminos are way better. Although you could go get a Ranchero too if you really wanted to.
69 El Camino looks pretty good.
So get one. There you go.
454.
If you want that.
They didn't have it in 69. It was a 396. If you want a 450.
No, he said 59. Didn't you say 59 or 69?
69. 59 was the very first one. That would have been a
I know.
That would have been a 283. If you want a 454 when you need a 1972.
Angry says then he can race Bob.
Ranchero Wars.
With the big ass fucking trailer on the back.
Like a tractor pull?
Nah, fuck that.
You guys seen the show American Pickers?
Yeah.
No.
In front of the shop, they have a car that has their company name on it. What's it called? Antique Archaeology or something like that? I want that car. It's a 49 Nash Aeroflight. It's like a big bathtub shaped car. I'll get one of those and put a Duramax V8 diesel in it. Make like the ultimate cruiser. Put it on airbags, 20-inch wheels. Paint it like titanium silver. call it the silver bullet. That'd be awesome. Those cars are getting really hard to find. What made them kind of unique was the front wheels were skirted just like the back ones, so the turn radius wasn't the greatest. But they look so good. The back seat folds down to make a bed because it was huge on the inside. You could fit like 8 people in there comfortably. What the hell's in that box? Let's find out. It's a biggin. Thankfully, it doesn't weigh shit.
Pomade says Duramax, really? Yuck.
Well, I already want to put a Cummins in a like a 50 Cadillac, 1950 or 54 Cadillac. The engine itself isn't what the letdown was. It was the Isuzu electrical wiring. That's what made those shitty. Oh, look at that. Man, that is confidence. This dude sent me a return in a freaking movers box, gigantic thing. And what was inside was like tiny. And he insured it for $500, even though the thing only cost like 80 bucks. Oh, well, guess he really wanted it to get here safe. Really overpackage this. And okay with this too. I think it's stuck at 99%. It's pretty funny. They asked me to do the return a little early because she thought there was a whole bunch of them and there was only like 10. They were just in big boxes. Oh, we lost Naranya. Yeah, I would agree with you. The aluminum block is a bit of an issue. They're just trying to save weight. I don't know. I guess I can stick a Cummins 24 valve in that one too then. Or an old 7.3 Power Stroke. That could work too. What did Angry find? Oh, that. It's been a while since I put the link out, isn't it? Uno momento. There we go. Now it's got NSA. He'll be back shortly. Yeah, I like the Cummins. It's a good motor. What do you think of that new Cummins V8 though that they're using in the Titan? Like, think it's worth its weight? Seems okay. Can't wait to see when all tuned out though. Woohoo! How many of these did he buy? Now it's got NS8 again. And whoever sent this back had big feet. This is a shoebox. And it's gigantic. Unmute yourself. Knives, unmute yourself.
See?
There you go. Now you're no longer
Yeah.
Oh shit, what the hell is this? It's not a half-eaten sandwich.
Amendment.
Bad Christmas continues. Sorry if this is loud. God damn, what size shoes are these? Freaking Sasquatch feet. Fuck. How big were your feet, Sasquatch? Size 22? That explains a lot. This must have come from Shaquille O'Neal. Fucking size 22. Who are you fracking? Jesus. Yep, right back. Just once. If you get a size 22, you're fracking anything you want. Holy shit. But you're still getting charged with stocking fees.
What did DB say? If it's a 30 footer in your fracking.
That. Yep. Yes.
Okay.
Inline motors are better for torque when it's a long stroke engine. That's what their secret is with most inlines. But what's really funny is that you mentioned that the 3-liter 6 in my BMW is an inline short stroke engine, but it can rev for days, man. It's a real smooth engine. A little thirsty though, drinks a little bit of oil. Which is fine. It's not blowing it out the tailpipe. It's not leaking either. It's just, it's got an appetite for it. They're known for it. I don't mind. I got to put in a quart every 1,500 miles or so. She's a thirsty turtle. It's still a great car though. It's got 192,000 miles, I think. 192 or 194. Well, yeah. People buy laptop parts and expect them to work in tablet PCs or little tablet things. This is actually saving me the trouble of doing it tomorrow, so I'm not that bothered. Of course, if you don't put it back in the original stuff, then we're going to have a problem, which I'm about to have with this person.
I wonder what movies are coming out next month. Let me go check.
What, for this weekend?
Next month. Let me go check.
Let's take a look. Watch this be out of date. I ain't seen shit so far.
Guardians of the Galaxy is coming out next month.
May 5th? Yeah.
That King Arthur looked pretty good.
Yeah, it looks okay. I'm kind of looking forward to that. I knew it. I fucking knew it. few of his missing parts. Four knives. And then save twice. Part 2G? Are you sure? Yeah, everyone else is showing May 5th. But if it's shit, maybe there's early releases in certain cities.
The Russian one. Was that a question, G, rather than a statement?
I think that was a declaration. Now I'm going to have to look because he might be right.
Nice Super Trooper reference, Pomade.
They did Death Note again? Oh, great.
Death Note. What?
It was based off of a comic, but it was about this this kid who basically rebuilds humanity and society because he's sick of all the ills of society, and he finds this notebook. It's called the Death Note, and if you know the first and last name of the person and you write it in the book, death will come and take them, so you get rid of people. What happened was essentially a Grim Reaper deliberately drops it or accidentally loses it, and if a living person picks it up, then they're the keeper of it, and that Reaper has to do that person's bidding until that person dies. And the Reaper who works for you will be the one who ends up taking you. It's a really cool story. It's like super murder mystery too. Really complicated. It's good stuff. Ending sucks though. It's like you want the anti-hero to win.
Right on. Thanks.
Yeah, it's not on my Russian video source. All right, let's go on to the next one. Almost done with these. I've got this missing package that supposedly got delivered back on the 5th, and I can't find it anywhere. It's kind of frustrating. I don't want to be accused of wandering off with it either, because I don't even want it, need it, or like it. So. So what am I looking forward to this weekend? Not a goddamn thing. Maybe an oil change. Maybe. might get to go shoot my marlins finally on Sunday. Oh, sorry, am I coming in kind of quiet again? Usually have to exit and restart every time.
No, you're sounding fine, dude.
Oh, it's probably when I'm smacking the keyboard each time I'm done. Enhance that. Shit, see, I just did.
No, he's referencing to fucking Super Troopers.
Yeah.
Freaking type, enhance. Type, enhance. type, enhance.
Yeah. I just gave you an Amazon RMA number.
Let's see.
You give a guy an email address, you hope for the best. They didn't even ask you to repeat it. You know they're going to call back in 2 minutes. You know they will. Every time. Oh, too bad. These are my favorite returning. I can destroy this dude. Oh, shit. They're sort of right. They are right. Okay. I don't get to destroy this dude. I knew it. There's the call. Sounds lame. That exchange is gonna suck. If you're wondering if your stream is broken right now, it's not. We're just having a lull. It happens. I guess while we're quiet, I can go ahead and remind you all, if you're not already here, to come on down to gunchannels.com, where it's free to sign up and free to join the conversation. You can come and meet all your favorite YouTube personalities. Well, most of them. Tonight on Gun Channels, let's see, today would be Thursday, so tonight we're going to have the Daily Gun Show, which will be at 6 o'clock. Sorry, 7. You should have like a sheet or shooting on center. It's one or the other. He does one every other week, and he does the other every other week. So, Gun Channels tonight. If you need a link for the room, stand by, and I'll get it for you. And Kevin's here, and he's got 20% off at TechDaddy.com with the coupon code. If you were at Gun Channels, you would see what that code is, and you could take advantage of that. I think Tac Daddy's trying to get into the YouTube Hall of Fame as the hardest working man on YouTube. Nobody works harder. Sale time. Don't need some. I'm not gonna read that part, but yes. Now people have a reason or something to spend their tax return on, if they haven't already. I get my tax return back in, or I do my taxes in January, so I didn't find out I owed until April Whoa. Fucked up my map. I should do this while I'm on the air too. I should be like tonight on dinner channels at the Pomery's house. Basically, if I don't think of it now, I won't have dinner. So I always have to plan what we're going to eat in my house in case nobody at my house decides to cook. Then it falls on my shoulders, which is fine. It's just it'd be nice to know ahead of time if I have to do it or not. Yes, I love this. Cool. This guy is a bit of an idiot. Easy. Make sure it's all here.
And Pomade just linked a freaking pretty decent little fucking deal going on here.
The saw thing?
Yeah.
Man,
The Baco knife looks like it's a freaking Mora though.
I usually don't comment about stuff like this, but whoever returned me this package, their wife was incredible perfume. It was a guy's name, but it smells like perfume. So whoever bought that had good taste.
He might be one of those.
Whoever bought it had really good taste.
If you look carefully, you might find a pair of his underwear in there. Sending you a love message. Yeah, Sean, you still there? Did I freeze up or some shit? Hello, anybody out there?
Hey, fellas, I'm back.
Thanks, Pomade.
Anybody in here?
Yeah, I'm here. What? What's up, Tony?
Nothing. Me and granddaughter just sitting here, fixing to shoot shit about guns
Right on.
or whatever.
Yeah, I'm kind of like texting a couple of people, freaking, in regards to getting a place out in AZ, and freaking just
Busy. Yeah, I get it.
yes, yeah. Well, not really busy. I'm just multitasking, so I
Well, I hope it all goes well for you. With no big headaches. There's bound to be some when you move and relocate. But
yeah, I try to keep.
go
I
ahead.
just try to keep it as simple as possible. Like I
I've done
downsize and start over when I get there virtually.
I've done it a couple of times, man, and it just not all that much fun. I mean actually relocating from one city to another, not just moving across town. I've done that way too damn many times. But moving just sucks.
It's not my favorite pastime, I will admit, but it's worth it.
But back in '88, I moved from here down to the southern part of the state to take a job with the government, and because I really wasn't sure what I did, I went and got a loan from the bank and headed down there by myself and found a place and whatnot. And it really went pretty well. It was pretty easy. I was only down there for a couple of weeks by myself, and I wasn't by myself. Me and another couple of guys went down for the job. But I mean, my family was at home, and then 2 or 3 weeks after I got down there, got a place, moved the family in. When we moved back, I didn't exactly move back here. I moved to another town, but uh, me and a cousin of mine just did that all in a couple of days. I had a boat, and we was able to pack my crew cab truck and the boat with all the stuff we wanted to take all at once. And that was pretty slick. And then when I moved from that town back to here, because I bought a house here, I just spent a few weekends, or yeah, a few weekends, couple weekends hauling stuff in my pickup truck up here. Wasn't any rush. I mean, they stayed down there while the bulk of the furniture was there, and then when the most of it got up here, they came up here to live in the house. So I've done it a few times, and it kind of not something I want to do now.
When I first got out of the Marine Corps, I was moving around from place to place quite a bit, as far as But I've always, like I said, I downsize. I'll go through all my stuff and I'll get rid of everything but what I really, really, really like. And then I'll just start over when I get wherever I'm going.
Yeah, most of the time that we've moved, we don't move a hell of a lot of furniture because it's fairly easy to get furniture when you get somewhere else, you know. When we was young, we could sleep and do our heeing and sheeing on the floor, so that wasn't a problem. But now I don't know that I could sleep on a floor.
Yeah, I don't want to sleep on a floor either. I mean, I got like a arrow bed, which is like one of those inflatable beds you use for guests and stuff. It sits about the same height as a regular bed. And I just sleep on that for a couple of weeks until I can buy a new bed.
Hey, I'll be right back. My heart monitor's alarm's going off.
Uh-oh.
It's just out. It can't reach this device, so I gotta go and let it download it.
All right on. Yeah, angry. He has to upload his heart to the cloud. That's funny. I'll tell you what, Pomade. That yeah, I think it is the companion actually, and it's for an inexpensive knife. It is not cheap by any means. It's sharp as hell and holds an edge. I mean, it. I really like it. Like I said, it's great for little around the camp bushcraft-ish kind of stuff, if you want to label it like that. And it's actually pretty good for gutting fish too. Clean them up.
Damn, I don't gut fish anymore, man. Just fillet them. Well,
When you catch them, you got to get rid of the innards. And then I freaking just use the blade flat to scrape the scales, and then I cook it, and then
my lady figured
I'll eat
out
it from the inside out.
it was a whole lot damn simpler to just fillet the son of a bitch and be done with it. You don't have to gut it, don't have to scale it. Now this is for kind of panfish, not so much catfish. You can do it, but there's a lot of waste on catfish.
No, I just generally like most fishing I do is like trout fishing, and when I go camping or whatever by a stream or whatever, I'll catch trout, and then I'll cut them, I'll gut them, and then I'll scrape the scales. I wouldn't say completely scale them. Then I wrap them in like fucking tinfoil and throw them on the fire with some butter and shit, and then I fucking just split them open and eat them from the inside out.
We normally fish for stuff like bluegill and crappie here.
Good God, man, that was like the weirdest ass chewing I've ever gotten.
How's that?
She was like a lady in her 70s, and it's like she was very know-it-all. Like, hang on, this might still be her.
She ain't done mauling on your ass yet, huh?
Freaking, I'm gonna bag a deer one day. And yeah, probably just saying he butchered a deer with his Mora. And he's right. I mean, those Moras are good knives, man. I mean,
I'm gonna have to watch a couple of videos on how to field dish a deer. It's been fucking 30 years. I don't even fucking remember what to do. I mean, generally I know you take the innards out, but think I need to brush up on how.
Yeah, I haven't bagged a deer.
Well, I need to
So.
after I find out if I get my friggin' tags or not. I should say. I mean, I'm fairly secure on getting a deer because hell, I walk up on them all the time when I'm squirrel hunting, so I can walk fairly quietly. And I can hit what I aim at with the 44, so that ain't an issue. I'm not one that's really prone to buck fever. I don't get that rush that some guys get. I'm kind of indifferent, really. And the only thing I can remember about it is like skinning a 200-pound rabbit, and or like gutting a 200-pound rabbit, and it was god awful stink.
A 200-pound rabbit?
Yeah. They smell about the same, only deer is much bigger.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
See, that was much better. That was a happy ending call.
Oh, you swallowed, huh?
No. It was a, can you pick up Whataburger for dinner? Yeah, I can pick up Whataburger for dinner.
I'll be right
I
back.
can't eat Whataburger for dinner, but I can pick it up for you bastards. No, I got this ass chewing by a much older woman. She was definitely in like her 70s, maybe 60s, and she was very, very know-it-all like. And she was like trying to tell me that something that we sent her isn't from the company that makes them or whatever like that. And I'm like, what you're describing to me is an individual piece on a much larger board. And I'm like, every single chip on that board is not going to be made by that manufacturer. I was like, it sounds like you know what you're talking about. So you should also know that that's where those things are made in different places and is the final assembler. And she finally understood that. But at the very end, it still wasn't what she needed. I'm like, look, just send it back. It's your option as a customer and a buyer and a consumer.
Yeah, thanks. Yesterday's pomade, I appreciate that. I know it's a pretty good idea not to gut shoot one, which is what kind of happened on the last one I did. My cousin shot it with a bow and arrow, and he caught it right in the freaking just above the breastbone and kind of downward right into its freaking gut. And man, plus it ran. He cut the top of the heart, so it ran until it ran out of blood, which was probably 1/8 of a mile. It didn't get real far, but it was far enough that by the time we got to it and cut it open to dump the guts out, it was bad.
Rank. That ain't gonna happen.
But, you know, I've had my stomach valve repaired, so I can't vomit. So I know I ain't going to throw up.
Whoa.
I figured just carry a little bit of Vicks or something with me. And if it's too bad, I'll just put Vicks under my nose to kind of block it.
Wait a minute. No way. I don't even know if I want him here.
What are you talking about?
I'm looking for the picture first, and I'll let you know. So DeMarcus Cousins was seen in a photo wearing Houston Rockets shorts. He doesn't play for the Rockets. He plays for the Pelicans. I'm not sure if I want him here because he is like toxic to a locker room. I don't know how I feel about this one. If he can keep his emotions in check, he'd be a great addition.
Do you butcher your own there yesterday?
There we go. Well, that's going to please my boss. Be right back.
I figured I would have problems with cleaning squirrel first time I've done it in a lot of years. Hell, that was no problem. So maybe I won't have any problem with deer either. How long do you like to hang one? If the weather's permitting. Try that break too soft. Now, I have not tried it.
Nor have I, sir. Wait.
I don't generally.
Doesn't breakthrough make CLP?
I'm not one that generally falls into the new hype stuff.
It was break free. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I like a couple of days too if the weather's permitting. That's kind of a handy tip to know. I'll have to keep that in mind.
Did everybody just get quiet all of a sudden, or what? Tony bailed again. Thank you, Sean. So, like, I don't know. Okay. When I get to Arizona, first thing I'm going to do, is move in and start work. First firearm I'm going to do, I was mentioning yesterday on Matt's chat, is I'm going to do an AR pistol. I got an Aero Precision upper and lower. The barrel is available to me. I believe it is also used in Aero Precision rifles. I have a CMT trigger group, a fire control group, and a CMMG LPK. That'd be the pins and, well, really, the fire control group is pretty much the LPK, other than a few extra roll pins and stuff. But I'm trying to decide if I'm just going to leave it all black, or if I'm going to go with like a similar combo like I have on my AR. I don't know. Color schemes. Anybody got any suggestions? I hope somebody's listening. My AR is already FDE. Well, it's black with FDE furniture and an FDE dust cover and an FDE trigger guard. The dust cover is one of those polymer dust covers from Strike Industries. It's the Gatson one. FDE with the Gatson snake on it. So don't tread on me. The furniture, the grip is a Magpul MOE Plus. The fore end is just a standard MOE. And the trigger guard's also a Magpul MOE. And the stock is an MFT minimalist. Oh, right on. Thanks. So I don't know if I'm gonna want to go. I was thinking about maybe even either Cerakoting or Duracoating my AR and doing kind of like a, I don't know, since I'll be out in the desert out there, maybe like a Marpat, not necessarily the actual pattern, but the coloring scheme of Marpat, these digital camis on the actual rifle itself, and leaving the furniture FDE.
They lose Tony again?
Yeah, we lost Tony again.
Man.
Talking to the guys about suggestions for my AR pistol.
How would you decide on the details of it, Arnie?
That's what I'm trying to think of, dude. It's like my AR is black rifle with FDE furniture. So I was just saying, I was thinking about doing like the Marpat woodland color scheme on it. Nice. That with the not the actual pattern, but the color scheme. And then with the FDE furniture, it should blend in well in the desert out there. Oh, yeah. For the pistol, though, I was trying to decide if I wanted to go just straight black or if I wanted to maybe do a different color scheme on it.
Oh, it's a blank canvas, pretty much.
Oh, yeah, it is. So I take it you have to take another call. Let's check out sodaarms.com here. That's a nice BCG. That's not a bad price. Not a bad price at all, actually. Holy crap, that's actually pretty good. I was reading the description on it.
All right, sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
I
just
fun in
assumed
this
you had
dude that
another
keeps
call.
calling. I was like, "Are we dating now?" It's like, what? Like, that's the third call in an hour. I think we're dating.
Let's see. Ooh, I'm liking the Soda Arms. Let's see. Lowers, magazines, optics. Let's see if they have pistol, AR pistol tubes.
I want to build a 10.5 inch with a flaming pig on the end, but I want the handguard that covers half pig. So it looks like a big...
Yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna do too. I already have the barrel, and I have the generic flaming pig on it. So I'd bring it up to 13 inches, and then get like an 11-inch rail for it.
That sounds like a wiener.
They don't have any air pistol buff tubes. That's okay. I still like the BCG.
I think I'm going to do a 10.5
Yeah.
Beowulf too.
A 10.5 big Beowulf? Yeah. That's going to be fun.
Oh, it can't be any worse than my 500 Magnum. That's only a 3-inch. That's a wild ride, let me tell you. You thought the 454 was awesome? If I ever get out that way, I'll bring it so you can rock your sinuses.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't need to do that. My sinuses are fucked up as they are.
Like shake something loose.
No, dude, I've had 2 nose surgeries. I broke my nose so many times fucking as a kid. Playing football, fighting, wrestling, yeah, fucking you name it.
JJ Watt nose.
Well, it's been bent and straightened and bent and straightened. So my sinuses they're pretty fucked up. But I mean, shit, just shooting that 454 with the hot load, that because he gave me 3 different loads. Yeah, 45 long Colt was like shooting nothing out of it.
Yep.
And then he gave me a lower pressured or lower powder or power rated whatever 454, which was still pretty. You said it was hot, but less hot than the other one. And that one there, I kind of felt it in my sinuses, and the one that was really hot was I don't know if it wasn't your blue or your red pill. They were both hollow points, so they're probably factory. Or did you load those and send them to him?
No, I only load. Well, no, I think I made those too.
Oh, okay. Well, the one with the nickel plated bullet or the whatever, nickel jacketed or whatever. That one was the less powerful, and the one with the standard brass or copper jacket was fucking the more powerful. And that one there, I definitely felt in my sinuses. Of course, we were shooting under a covered freaking range too, so
That helps.
yeah.
That helps amplify.
But exactly, that's what I'm saying. Even though the barrel was out past the red line, it was still under the awning. So
yep. Yeah, this time I'm going to make them 5 red pills and 5 blue pills.
Well, right on.
But the red pill will be the old blue pill recipe, and the new blue pill will be the maximum loading that I've got. So his quest continues.
The blue pills, the other blue pills you sent him, were those the maximum loading that you have for it?
No. It was half a grain, or sorry, it was it was half a grain short of a full load.
Why didn't you just send him full loads then?
Well, because it was his first time shooting it, and I only had the one left, so I'm like, here, you can have that one. Or no, I had 2 of the balloons, I think. I gave him 2 of those and 1 red one. Because they were the last 2 I had.
Okay, so the blue pills, why isn't the blue pill the red pill then? You know,
well, the red pill was actually a factory loading.
Oh, okay.
That was a CBC factory. I shot 19 out of the 20, and I'm like, ooh, these are pretty stout. I was like, I'll send him one of these. And then I thought, let's turn up the wick, and I gave him the 300 grain hollow point. 0.5 of a grain short of a max load. And then I thought, no, I'm gonna turn it all the way up this time.
Well, I think he'd appreciate it. I mean, what's another half gram?
It's another 6,000 psi.
Holy crap! Really?
Yeah, it makes a huge difference.
Fuck, dude, is it gonna blow up his gun?
No, that'll be fine because it's still underneath a Hornady. There's one Hornady factory load that's even stronger than that. Which I think I have 6 left of. Maybe I'll send him one of those too. I don't know. I'm not trying to hurt him. I'm just,
starting to think you're a masochist.
Well, I mean, think about it like this. He has the advantage of a longer barrel that's ported. Every one of these loads I've shot hundreds of out of a 2.5-inch barrel with no porting.
You're shooting them out of either a Ruger or a Smith & Wesson, correct?
Yeah, Red Hawk Alaskan.
Okay. Taurus makes a decent gun, but I mean, is it like Ruger quality? I mean, the level of tolerances?
Yeah, it'll hold up. My Ruger was actually pressure tested to 97,000 psi, which is 50% over max loading. They test all their Alaskans by test firing 300 rounds at 97,000 psi. That's amazing for testing.
Yeah, well, I hope they do NDI testing on that stuff afterward to make sure that they go, yeah, it made it through. We'll just send him the gun, and then like on the 301st round.
What they actually did was they torture tested it by firing 300 rounds through it, and then they magnafluxed it. They mic'd everything to make sure nothing stretched, nothing cracked, and they passed with flying colors. Because they're made out of, I think it's called 4160, which I think it's called carpenter steel.
Yeah.
The stuff is strong.
Now, they just do that with the one gun, right? They don't do that with all guns, all the guns they test?
All their unfluted cylinders on Rugers are made out of that cylinder, or out of that material.
I'm talking about the torture testing. Or do they actually test fire every gun at that pressure rating?
They test fired cartridge with one of those loads, but the production model, they don't fire 300 rounds through every production model. They fired that through their testing models, and then that testing model is replicated for the production model, and they fire a test cartridge of 92,000 or 97,000 psi through it.
Oh, you figured they should at least run a whole cylinder through it.
Maybe they do, but I know for a fact they send at least the one with the gun.
Yeah.
Some law.
Yeah. It's still kind of cool to know that.
Yeah. Essentially what they do is they ran 50 rounds through every cylinder, or through every chamber in the cylinder on the torture test.
Nice.
No stretching, no cracking. Held up just fine. A little dirty, but
Well, I imagine so.
oh yeah.
300 rounds of anything is gonna make a gun dirty.
Just a bit. Coon rings are hard to get off the front of that gun too. I usually have to hit it with hops like twice, and then I use mother's polish twice, and then it finally gets clean. That's after I strip it all the way down to bare parts. I'm one of those.
That's cool. Your guns are clean. That's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I'm not as dedicated to cleaning my firearms as I once was. I mean, I keep them clean, but, you know, I'm not in there with a fucking fine-tooth comb, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. See, like I'm that way with my Berettas. I just scrub the barrel, job done. Oil it, job done. It works. Yes, Clay, that article, I will file under obvious. But you're right. That is exactly what the gun industry needed. Oh, I'm getting the mail delivered by a female. Be right back.
Right on. What's up, Nodak?
Okay.
So what'd your girlfriend bring you?
Bunch of shipping supplies. She's like, hey, look at it on the bright side. I brought you all this so you can ship more stuff out. And I'm like, yeah, but it's like that cocaine commercial. So I can work harder, so I can earn more, so I can do more coke. And she's like, how's that the same? And I'm like, so she brought me boxes so I can ship more, so I can get more returns. She's like, I never thought of it that way. She's cool though.
Nodak, you down there at NRA?
That's why it's a slow day today, because everyone's traveling to Atlanta. They all want to hang out with the Cooper. Have a chicken fried steak for me, guys.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, because Smeggy, Marco, Pinks.
Do they do chicken fried steak in Georgia?
Why wouldn't they?
Well, I don't know. I'm just, usually, you know, like when you go to a certain place, they're like, "Oh, you've got to try the ... You got to try the barbecue." Okay, cool. He's working out of town. Isn't everywhere in North Dakota technically out of town? Like everything's spread out pretty far, right? Oh, I'm not being a smartass. I mean, it's just like
it's just funny, you know, because like North Dakota, everything is out of town.
Yeah. Lots of decent barbecue, lots of fried chicken. Hell yeah. 100 miles between towns. That's what I was thinking. See, Texas is like that too. 100 miles between towns, ... that matter. It's like, where am I? Oh, this place is called Arcola. 50 miles later, this place is called Angola. What the fuck?
Hey, I gotta bail. So I'll talk to you later.
All right, take it easy. We have reached the final countdown. This is the final hour of Good Morning Gun Channels, which is now deep into the afternoon hours. I'm working on my cadences, if you haven't noticed. But yeah, we're going to have the Daily Gun Show here in 2 hours. So it's open bar. Let me give you guys some links. Oh, wait, that's a Pro Sports Daily thing. Let me find the link again. Hangout page is locked up. There it is. Oh wait, I can have a little bit of fun, right? Kind of Night Strike likes to do. Yep, still there. Oh, sweet. If you're gonna do that, gee, I can go ahead and shut down a little early. That's cool, because I'll sit down and watch that. That's not us. It might be for us. Oh. Got it, got it. All right, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead over to the Gun Channels University feed, so we'll shut down a little early tonight. Normal service will resume tomorrow with the early watch, barring any disasters. Otherwise, you'll see me tomorrow. But yeah, tune in, gunchannels.com/university. Watch GWeb stream for the next hour or so, and that will probably lead right into the Daily Gun Show. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.